Alright, never mind that. Let's try and get Nancy Drew out of the head and get Caesar 3 into it. So, I was planning on just piling on all the bad things today and doing my punishment game. But I thought more and more about how someone was saying, oh, you should do your Eternal City on stream. People like Patrician, they'll surely enjoy the boredom. And I said, no, for my sake, I'd rather not eternalize on stream. But I figured, hey, let's do it. Let's talk about Eternal Cities as a whole and eternalize a city. And I can always point to this as an example of why I don't do it on stream. So first and foremost, what in the world is an Eternal City? I've got several of them that I've made myself, and ones from other players from the Caesar 3 Haven as examples. Might as well work with one of mine. Where's Londinium? I like my Eternal Londinium. Here we go. So an Eternal City is a city that just runs itself hands off. You do absolutely nothing, and the game will chug away pretty much indefinitely. There are some issues like your favor constantly falling that will cause Caesar to attack you, but you could either set up autonomous defense against Caesar, or occasionally send him a gift to get him off your back, or edit the saves so that favor doesn't fall. I usually do the last one, because I'm editing saves anyway to make it work properly. Other than that, it's really up to you what you arbitrarily set your Eternal City to do. Personally, I like to have very high standards for my ratings. I don't typically care about culture, but I want 100 prosperity, 100 peace, and I want a damn good population. But most importantly, it must look good. I really like tight cities, properly enclosed, and I want things to look fairly natural and properly segregated. So I like to think of this as my artisanal quarters, got our military quarters, our games area, the patricians, of course, and I like to put my own personal home and the Senate in with the patricians. And I like to have a variety of housing levels. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't, but I like to think that we have the upper echelons of the plebeians living here and here in their grand insulae, and we have the lesser masses of Londinium living here, still in good houses though. Medium insulae is by no means a poor quality house. The farms were pretty tricky to fit into all of this, but I made it all work, and I think they give best comments here.
Hell, life here is great.
Yeah, they'll tell you life is great, full marks.
I'm off to collect more.
Pushing carts all day is hardly a laugh, but living in this great city makes it worthwhile. Pushing carts.
Where's the librarian?
Pushing carts all day is
I want the
hardly a
librarian's
laugh,
opinion.
But living in this great city makes it worthwhile.
I want to hear plebby cart pushers.
This city gets full marks. It's a wonderful place.
There we go. It can be a bit tough to get the highest comments on there. There's a bunch of esoteric hoops to jump through to get that, but like I said, it's pretty arbitrary what you set your goals for the city to be. Largely, an Eternal City is just something that runs hands off forever, so you can't have fluctuations in the levels of housing, because that'll cause issues with population and therefore employment. It also just looks pretty amateur. And a big part of a city that runs eternally is that the demographics are stable. Look at this. Children are born to replace the dead, and then there's a relatively low amount of child mortality, depending on your health level. If you have perfect health, I think actually child mortality is at 0. Anything from average to excellent is usually fine on your health level. Depends on how much of your city you want to be employable. And then with good health, once they hit 40, they start dying, and they start dying in droves after 50, and that's good. You know, like any country, you want your people to die the moment they are retired, so you don't have to keep feeding and housing them, make way for the new bloods that will grow up and enter your workforce. But yes, the takeaway here is an Eternal City just runs hands off indefinitely. What you do on top of that is up to you. So this is one that I made. I want to show another one that I got off the Caesar 3 Haven just last night, and my jaw dropped at how amazing it was. If I recall, it was Cicero's Lindum. Holy moly, this has got to be one of the best cities I've ever seen. Extremely tight, not a lick of wasted space. Very high standards for the buildings. Everyone lives in grand insulae or luxury palaces. Not really how I'd want to build my cities, because everything's extremely mixed here. I like to have a bit more partitioning of areas. But this is certainly better than anything I could do. Quite certain of that. There's some nice little tricks as well. For example, the tax man from the Senate walks back and forth here ensuring that the patricians are always taxed, whilst these two temples are giving the extra religious coverage to only the patricians here, whilst everyone else is only praising God of Mars. If these other buildings actually got access to another god, they would evolve, because they even get wine out there. Fantastic. Is this actually an eternal city? I didn't check. Most likely, because the census has stabilized out at 5% unemployment. That's A-okay.
Greetings. This is an okay city, really.
Wonderful. Any tips to maintain the workforce constant? You have to ride through a fairly horrible demographic wave. There are a few ways to deal with it, and I will be doing just that, because what I plan to do today is to take Carthago Restituit and eternalize this city. But yes, let's look at our city as it is right now. Check this. We have this massive spike of people between the ages of 20 and 50 that are working, but in time they will retire and then hopefully die. I'll need to drop my city health level so they die faster. But look at this, I barely have any young people to enter the labour force, so I'm going to have a crashing lack of people working. We need to fix that problem big time. Yeah, so does Japan and Europe, but that's a different story. So there are a few ways to deal with that. One is to have massive amounts of unemployment so that you can handle that hit, but usually almost no amount of employment is enough. What you can do is build a temporary labour pit. Just shove a bunch of large tents in one place, and then that'll be your new labour force, and then as the demographics smooth out, you delete your little labour pit and eventually things smooth out. Another, more elegant way is to build your city gradually over time. We had a very large influx of people coming into this city, so of course they're all going to age and die at the same time. But if we'd built our city much slower, instead of doing it in about, what did we do this in, 25 years or so? Let me think, from BC 50 to BC 30. Wow, this is faster than I thought. So we've got all these people within 20 years. If we'd done it over the course of 50 or 60 years, slowly building district by district, then we wouldn't really have that problem, because these people would be dying and being replaced by young people, whilst the new people that come in would still be of working age. When you get immigrants, they're typically of working age. Hello, says Battle Unit. Well, welcome. So let's get started on it. I'll be droning on about eternalizing cities and how I plan on tackling this and where I plan to go with it all and what needs to be done. It's likely going to be very boring. Don't blame me if you fall asleep or just tune out. But if you want to ask anything about it, ask away, because there's a lot of esoteric things under the hood in Caesar 3, most of which I know, but still some of which I don't know, and I'm always happy to learn new things about it. The title proves that Jake knows how to draw in the viewers. The German viewers, please, no, Worm. We have plenty enough Germanics as it is, and Balaton's going to be more full of them. I was actually at a dentist this morning, couldn't help but notice that leaflets came in 2 languages, Hungarian and German. So I probably get plenty of Austrian dental tourism here. So where do we even start? This is where I finished off Carthago Restituit, and we managed to meet all of the conditions for victory. We're too short on favour, but if we just send Caesar a gift, he will praise our name right to the Senate, saying how we should be deified. But I'm not looking to win this, I'm looking to eternalize this. The first thing I need to do is actually set up the map such that it can be eternalized. And for that, well, first let's talk about what needs to change in this map for it to be more comfortable to eternalize. Firstly, actually, I want to change the music. We've been listening to that tune for quite some time. Let's dial it back, shall we? Not that. There we go, that's considerably nicer. So in this city there are a few issues. One is sandstorms. The trade routes get blocked periodically. It doesn't actually hamper our trade in any way. We deal with the amount of trade we need to do regardless. But it causes this pop-up that pauses the game. So I want to be able to disable sandstorms. Another much bigger issue is this, contaminated water. This event is hell for Eternal Cities because it will randomly reduce your city health. And if this hits twice in a row, it can cause a lot of deaths and even fumigation. Obviously not good for an Eternal City. Another thing is the favor is going to constantly drop. Another thing is that the game will end in 4 years regardless. So these are all issues. Other issue is that if we ever fulfill all these requirements, the game will end because we beat the map. So you might think, oh, it's hopeless then, don't even bother. Well, that's where I go to my little notepad-y thing here. Yeah, there we go. I wrote myself a little guide on how to edit the game because I keep forgetting. This is something I try to do with games that I mod a fair bit. I'll mod a game, sometimes very extensively and getting quite into it, and then I won't touch the game for a year and I'll completely forgotten how I did any of the old stuff. So I write little notes to myself like this. This is on my Google Drive if anybody wants to follow suit and also eternalize their cities, you know, all 0 people that are interested in this. So I wrote myself this little guide, basically get a program, get a hex editor, and change these offsets for anything you need to change. So in this case, I changed out the land trade problems. I got rid of the contaminated mines. If there was iron mine collapses or clay pit floods, I would have just deleted those before I even started the map. I hate those events. They don't add anything of value to a scenario. It's just an annoying pop-up. Also get rid of the end date so it doesn't automatically finish the map for me. But you don't need to watch me doing that. I already went in. I used my hex editor of choice. I use Fred because it's the first one I ever used, so why change something that works? And then I made my other save called Carthago Restituit Eternal. Exactly the same map, but now I don't have wind conditions, I don't have the loss conditions, contaminated water is gone, and sandstorms are gone. Clay pit flooding is annoying, yeah, exactly. It doesn't do any negative impact on you. It only costs 48 denarii to replace the flooded clay pit. It's the pop-up that just goes ba-ba and it stops. You have to go over and delete it and replace it. It's just tedium. Then again, all we're doing today is tedium, isn't it? What does internalize a city? It's eternalize. Eternalize. That means we make it run forever. East Germanics don't really have that many choices. Valton sounds like a great choice, really. No, it is. Well, I like it here at least. Hence me living. So, what do I plan on doing with this city? I'm pretty happy with it, but I'm not happy with this as an eternal city. Even if this ran hands off, I wouldn't be satisfied. Why am I not satisfied? It has a few things that I think are a bit tacky, and it has a few things that don't satisfy me in terms of housing quality. This area is not very good in my opinion. Very functional, but I don't like how it looks. Why are there libraries and academies just scattered around here? They don't service anybody, nobody of value at least. The industries aren't quite in the right places for delivering their goods. The warehouse setup is ugly and improper for the patricians. This warehouse will eventually fill up with either furniture or pottery, blocking the patricians from getting one or the other and causing devolutions. Can't do much about needing to bring fish over here by warehouse, but I could at least make it look better. There's an overproduction of wine, there's an overproduction of oil, and it just overall looks bad. So this is going to be remodeled, no doubt. These libraries are going away, for sure. I just spammed these out because I needed to get the culture rating for this map. I normally never care about culture. Well, in this game at least. And this will be no real exception. Yeah, look at all these libraries. I think they were also there to sponge up unemployment. Which is fine-ish. But yeah, let's just get rid of all these. We're going to need unemployment anyway where we're going. So all those go away. What's that change my unemployment to? 809. 25% unemployment. Holy moly, where today has that level of unemployment? But that means people are going to hate me due to unemployment, so let's lower the taxes to a very modest 8%. I have plenty of money in the bank to handle that. I don't like all this dead zone here. I certainly don't like this. I don't like blocking off the exit like this. I like to have my city properly walled in. This area can now be put to use because I'm pretty sure we fought off all of the invasions. Let's get rid of these walls and consider how I'm going to expand this out. And I don't like the fact that everyone's in small casa. Yes, that makes sense for beating the map. There's no point in evolving beyond small casa because I cannot tax them. So high-level housing only really offers good prosperity and housing density. We didn't need the housing density and we didn't need the prosperity because we have all these glorious patricians offsetting the casas. But thematically, I think the higher you are up in a city, the better your housing should be. If you're up on the hill, you should be living in the good houses. If you're down below, you should be living in the pleb towns. So I think up here, I'll make these guys up to maybe medium insulae, possibly large insulae, but I don't like the look of large insulae, and we don't have the food variety to make them grand insulae. So I'm thinking medium insulae here to be the worker ant plebes for the patricians, and then as they go one level down, maybe make this small insulae, and then we can have the casa down at the bottom. Does mean these guys are going to need access to pottery and furniture. How much of that are we able to import? We import it by land. Okay, 15 clay is not a lot. That doesn't support a lot of people at all. How many does that support? I think it supports a little over 60 houses. I could import pottery itself, or I could just try and limit the amount of houses that I have, and I'll probably do the latter. Shouldn't be too hard to get it down to 60. We only have 5 here, so that's 55 insulae. We can do that. I want to make use of this land. I don't like there being big gaps within my city. Somebody during the stream was talking about how they wanted to design a city that you have to make lots of small villages rather than one big area. And I said, well, that's interesting, but it's not how I would like my cities. Let's get you over here. I have an idea. One thing I really don't know is how much food I'm producing here by fish. It could be that I'm barely feeding all these people, or it could be that I've got massive surplus feeding these people. Truly, I don't know. So something I'm going to do to try and visualize that, as well as just have more fish available, is have this warehouse set to take only meat. And then any of these docks that can't deliver to a granary because they're too full, we'll drop it off there, and that'll give me a quick visual indicator of how much extra food that I have, because I would like to populate this area with some more casa. Might be a little thinly populated, but I could always thin out the herd here. That's something I plan to do. Extreme tedium and esoterics, my favourite, says Vasanius. Right. I don't really need this clay here, this marble here anymore. I will probably just have all of my marble production over here because I don't like how this looks whatsoever. So let's just get rid of all of this. Maybe not the warehouse itself. Warehouses don't burn down. Also, you do need a fountain, don't you? But I can fountain you there and be okay. There we go, that maintains that just fine. That warehouse will still sell its goods. I will sort out my wall properly later, but I want to delete what I have here for now. Something else I wanted to do was still keep this working, but they don't get their labor access. So, and a bit more so. What can I do regarding that? I think what I could do... Remember we had a tent here, and I said I don't want any tents in my city. I could still not have tents in my city, but let's see what we can do regarding this. What if this wall comes along here? This is me generally just... Hold on, maybe I don't even need that tent. Yeah, I've got an idea that could even work. What if you weren't there? And instead of that... He's thinking... Get rid of that road. Replace it with a road like this. Make this a proper junction. That doesn't quite stretch the way I want it to. Let me rotate this around. What I'm currently working on are my city limits here. Very important to know what I can build within. Do like a well-walled-in city, like that example we had earlier. The general idea is, what if we set ourselves up to have just a wee bit of housing here? I'm sure someone can set up a merger here. Out of my way, you dinguses. Don't want to connect this. Do this a little differently, shall we? had that there, I could still have my aqueduct coming up and along. In fact, even better, I can have a little tip here. If you would be so kind as to merge there, and then I could have this road come up and along, like so, and then these people should be able to get labor. If they don't walk along here and get labor from there, they should walk along here and get labor from that. If I'm very unlucky, they all just go down here all the time and don't get access to labor, but I think it'll be okay. I certainly hope it'll be okay. Never, ever, ever trust your prefects. So make sure they're there and working fine as well. And then, well, my main priority here is to wall in my city proper. So let's get that designed before fixing anything else. There's going to be a lot of very small adjustments as I figure out my city. But surely that's what we're here for. Okay, I wanted to keep this and just sell all of this, but I think it has to go. And I also do need a gatehouse somewhere so that people can actually enter my city. There you go. How the wall continues on from here, I don't know. I don't need a ton of space around here, so it'll probably just continue up until it goes along here, huh? I reckon so. Don't normally do long diagonal walls like this, but that's okay. If you just do the same thing all the time, you'll surely get tired of it. Looks a little odd at this angle, doesn't it? But Caesar 3's got that isometric look. If I turned it around... Kind of looks like lots of little towers there, doesn't it? They could actually be towers if I added in these periodically. It's not unthinkable, and it does sponge up some of that unemployment. I'll consider it. I just don't think it would look very good from this angle, would it? I don't know, it might. It might. Like I said, I'll consider it. You just tried to delete a person. Oh, would if I could. Can we even get the wall along here? Yes, yes we can. Good, good, good. Guess I'll have my military on the inside of the walls. I could drag this all the way down and have it here. What do you think? Military inside or outside of the walls? What would be more appropriate for a city? Because I would bring the wall pretty much all the way over to the Hippodrome and then bring it out to here. Or I'd bring it along and then out like so. It's a Roman city, so keep them outside. Gotcha. Goodbye, all of my beloved armies. You just kill the people there and then. I really do hope that I finished off the last attack, otherwise I'm in hot water. Yeah, well, we found that our soldiers were stealing all the wine before, so they cannot be trusted. This does allow me to gatehouse you here, which might be cool. Also limits my opportunity for building stuff here, though. But limited is fine, I got plenty of space. I think it'll be easier to work with this if I figure out what my city limits are first. It's also a very clear indicator that the traders want to walk this way anyway, so I will let them do that. Nice as I am. The wall comes to an end here. And what about this? This kind of wall setup is all kinds of ugly. But, you know, the city needs to be somewhat defended here. to add additional wall here. Sadly, you can't just click and drag things upsy-downsy. If I tried to drag it like this, it would try and place the wall like a road, so I had to do it little 3 bits at a time there. So there we go, that's the city limit over here, and it gives me a clear idea of what I have to build within. Not too concerned how we build our wall here, if we're even going to have a wall here, but we will need a proper wall here, because we saw the attacks coming in here, and they did leave me panicking at the time. Alright, I'll save and save often. Oh god, no, don't load, I don't want to build that again. And there we go. Is this just a reworking of the one you beat yesterday? Yes. Yes, it is. Whoops, I cut off all of these people's water supply. I knew that I'd done that, but maybe I should have paid a bit more attention to what I was doing. Let us do that. And always make sure that there's a way for your people to walk through the aqueducts. And then, whoosh, all the water, they all come back.
I've been thrown out of my home!
Well, I have to do something about this horrible unemployment problem I have. Is this going to merge? Please merge, please merge, please merge, please merge. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Although they are going to need their own dedicated fountain, aren't they? Fussy Romans. Always wanting things from me. And I think they are going to need a dedicated one. You already have one, but you do not. There you go, just tuck it next to the... next to the reservoir dog itself. It's an undesirable place to live, no one's doubting that, so have some gardens. They'll get market access and hopefully all of the other services access from this road, so hopefully you'll evolve just fine. Oh, that's right, I didn't miss a single one of Caesar's demands, but at this rate I'm going to be missing this one. Don't want to miss it, that's for sure. Does he have any other demands at the moment? No, he doesn't, so I'm just going to have a little temporary thing here. This is such an ego thing, right? Just don't want to miss any of them. It makes no real difference whether or not I meet his demands currently. Because his favor is now locked at 50. I could pay myself Caesar's salary, and he'd still not invade me. Surprised that they're not getting religious access though. Maybe the temple man can't walk that far? He should be able to. If all else fails, I can give you a lovely temple over here. In fact, there's little reason that I can't just do that right now. Let's get rid of this and give ourselves a large temple to... Mars and Neptune are both behind. This is where my dock is, so it may as well be to Neptune. And that should get you religion and the desirability that you need. Although I'd be surprised if the temple guy here can't make it all the way. This might have been superfluous. It's going to be lots and lots of little... Oh wow, he really sucks at walking that far, doesn't he? I'm sure they'll be fine eventually. Hey Caesar, you want my weapons? You will once they're done. Good. I don't have a single... Oh my god, there's no way to disable those annoying new Gigantify emotes and thingy your message, so naturally I just went and purged it. So, wow, he has another demand now, and the demand will probably go until the end of the level. Let's just give Caesar everything he's ever wanted, so he gets off my back at long last. What's your problem? That is strange, but okay. How in the world do you not get library access? Anyway, things like that I can fix in due time, hopefully. You're claiming that you have low access to employees. That does concern me. I don't want these guys ever not having workers. Really do wonder how you struggle on that one when you've got all these people to give you what you need. I think I deleted a library that was necessary around here. Might have been something like one over here. But you know what I could do? I could just get rid of one of these and replace it with a school. I don't want too many libraries. They're so jarring. That very, very bright, polished, marbly white of it. So instead I'll have the school kids give these guys the education that they need, but perhaps don't deserve. And you, for some reason, even though the theatre is right there, the theatre guy never walks over here. I guess I can sort that. Okay. Hopefully none of this ever devolves, that'd be a pain in my bum. Now, I do plan on expanding the casa out towards here, but I can do that later. Now that I have this somewhat fixed, I'm very much invested in fixing this area and what little I can fix here. So how do I do that? Well, couldn't help but notice there's no fruit in the granary, and I'm vastly overproducing some things, so I will start by getting rid of this vinery, making it into a fruitery. That should give me plenty of fruit for all these people. 3 loads of fruit, and it only needs to feed 1,000 people, so it only needs to feed 233 people. That actually does mean that 2 fruit farms was a little too short, but 3 will be more than enough. But if 3 is more than enough, imagine if we had 4. I do like to overproduce food after all, and heavens knows I have too much oil as it is. I'll do just that. I've yet more fruit. I could have put another fruit farm here. I had forgotten about the fact that I could do that. So I've got all these libraries and things around here. Also, there was meant to be a house here. I deleted it. I need to bring it back. Important labor access there. Don't want any of this stuff drying up. Now, the warehouse situation here needs to improve considerably. The question, reasonably, is how? What if this came around like so? Not like so, but like so. Can I get a merger here? No, but I could get one here. That'll do. Wait, can I water them? That's another question. No, but yes. Mad, I know, but yes. What I will do is you will be the one to accept the furniture, and I suppose the timber, and you will be the one to accept the pottery and the clay. And I want to essentially migrate my production down here a touch. That'll free this up for bringing... Ooh, I had this idea that I could bring a reservoir over here. Why was I even thinking that? Is that important? I was thinking about dragging an aqueduct along here to have a reservoir here, but what does that do that this one doesn't? Can't think of anything. Those merge indicators are still too cryptic for me, says Caffeinate Owl. I understand. Let me explain. So, mergers are good, in general. Normally, if you just have a little 1x1 house, but if it merges together, it has 4 times the capacity. It eats 4 times the food, but it doesn't eat 4 times the pottery and the furniture, and it still contributes the same towards prosperity. So you generally want everything to merge wherever possible. If you're really, really good, you can tell just by looking at the ground where merges, because the pattern on the ground indicates if it's a merger tile or not. I don't think you're meant to know that. It was just them being efficient with putting the game together, a long-lost art of programming. Anyway, I can't tell all of them. So what I've done is I went into the game files and I edited the tiles that don't cause a merger to have a tiny little pink pixel on them. So what I do is if I drag a 1 wide delete tile along, it will then display whether or not it has that little pink pixel. And I highly doubt you could see it on Twitch, but there is a tiny, tiny one right here at the tip of my mouse pointer. That tells me that if I were to build a house here, it will not merge. But if I were to do a 2x2 here, it will merge, because there's no little pink pixel there. Desert map is the hardest map there is to spot it on. Maybe we could look at a much easier to see one. God, a lot of my eternal maps are desert or northern. A toll on taxes isn't though. Here we go. But there's no room to work with here, is there? Ah, there's over here. So again, if I drag a little one wide tile thing here, let's do one here as well. We can tell that there's a tiny little pixel there. There's another one there, indicating these are not merger tiles. Oh, and it's important of note, what decides whether or not a 2x2 merges is their northern tile, not any of the other ones. So it checks for the northern tile of the 2x2, and then it checks is this a merger tile or not. Weird way of doing it. In Pharaoh, I believe they switched over to just always having your houses start out as 2x2. Probably a much more clever thing to do, but there are rare occasions when you do want little 1x1 houses. And my other eternalized city, Norway, is an example of that. I needed tiny little amounts of housing just here in order to get labor access for my faraway dock and chariot maker and other such things. I mean, it still works. Little tiny, but it works. Another example is in my run of Grimsby. Wait, no, not Grimsby. Get me away. The other horrible thing starting with G. Greece. I needed to pack as many people up here as possible, so I was willing to accept the fact that I'd have a lot of 1x1s. It means they're very hungry for pottery, but we have a lot of pottery, so it's okay. So yes, generally you want mergers, but not always, so I do appreciate having the choice. That's okay, tangents like that are exactly what this stream is about. Someone needs to make you a Sweden map and make it horrible. I would be certainly open to it. Probably couldn't do whole of Sweden. I mean, maybe. Stockholm is probably a bit more interesting due to the layout. Hey, we did the whole of the UK, didn't we? So, whole of Sweden could certainly work. As is often the case, we do not trust some of these places. Do not take pottery anymore. You do not take furniture anymore. You do not take or do not get pottery or furniture anymore. I just want you to get more meat. Dun dun dun. Here's another example of some little 1x1s that I wanted to have, because I needed to just pack them in there just for labor access, nothing more. Hopefully the market ladies will still work a-okay over there. So yeah, I'm thinking furniture, as long as you take the wood, right? Yeah, you take the wood, and then I'm just going to do away with this so-called industry. Let this empty out. In fact, what you should do is set them to empty the warehouse so they get rid of all their goods. And then I can feel fine getting rid of it when it's nice and small. I will need more pottery areas set up. So 1, 2, don't want it there. 3 and 4. What'll I do with this area? I don't know yet. I'll figure it out. I also have too many wineries. I'll purge some of the ones over here. Let me think. I've got 2 grape yards, and I got 1, 2... Ooh, only 2 wineries. I mean, that's fine. 2 wineries is... Well, 1 winery is enough to see to all these guys' needs. That does mean that I could purge another one of these places. I still have this weird glitched out cart pusher here.
Unemployment is so high.
Going from nowhere to Vine Farm.
There's no space for this lot anywhere in the city.
And it's hard to see him behind the grape farm, but he's just there glitching out. I had fired up the save trying to figure out how to fix him, but I could not come to a conclusion. So I guess it's no big deal. There we go. I want this granary to fill up so I don't run into problems with food production. Or rather, food distribution would be the problem. As for you, here's your water, and I know where you live is horrible and disgusting and ugly, so here are some gardens, and here is an oracle. Probably should have switched the Oracle in the pottery barn position, because he's still going to hate where he lives. And it's difficult to blame him. That connects up to this stairway. Can this even be an Eternal City on such low tax income? The tax rate is going to go up very high once we solve the unemployment issue. I'm keeping the unemployment so I have a big buffer against the horrific landslide of demographics. Although we'd probably survive fine on 14% taxation. Hold on, let me check my numbers here. Yeah, I'll keep it at 14. And then if people start saying that they don't love me anymore, well, I will make them love me. Underemployment is catastrophic. Never allow yourself to have underemployment. I suppose it's an unavoidable early game, but I see it as truly catastrophic. The fact that my warehouse is not filling up with fish doesn't bode all that well for me. It tells me that I'm only just producing enough food for these people, meaning expansion out to here will be difficult. Lemon difficult. I can't believe this theatre isn't really working for you. What can be done about that? You need some entertainment. There's a few ways to do that, and I don't particularly like any of them. Shove an amphitheatre over here for the hell of it. Hopefully the amphitheatre guy will walk over here at some point and entertain you, because currently they are not entertained. These guys all lost their access to labour, so my setup here is not working the way I had hoped that it would. Another question is, do I even need the dock? Funny thing is, I don't need the dock anymore. We don't need to export our fish or our fruit, but I like keeping them there. There's something that I really like about exporting low-value goods. It just makes me feel right. So I do want to maintain that. But yeah, as I said, the problem is I'm not getting the employment anymore, because these guys are only just tenuously getting access to people. There's another thing I could do, and that's maintain this... I'm thinking. Not liking what I'm thinking, though. If I hooked you up here and started feeding you, I'd have to add a lot of desirability here. Could be done. I don't like it though. I'd rather just change up how this is drawn up, which should be doable. Because yeah, just I like to see the industry flow, even if it's unnecessary. And as I said, it's very important to me that a map does look and feel good. Function is one thing, and we will have function. But looking good is a function in and itself. By the way, I can get rid of you. And the way this is filling up, I can actually get rid of you as well. Alright, looking not half bad. Not half bad at all. Right, how about we work you guys up to Medium Insulae and figure out where we're going with that. So you need a few things, including a bathhouse. But the most important thing I need to get you right now are the goods that you need for evolution. I'm okay with shoving it over here, right in the middle of everything. One of the nice things about going into a late game setup is that housing density isn't quite so important. Although sometimes I still make things that are incredibly dense and I feel so good about it. Oh my god, I gotta grab one of my examples here. Probably my favorite housing block I've ever made. Well, actually, the housing block I made here is pretty high up. But it was... Christ on a bike, what was it? I think it was Caesarea. Here's another Eternal City I built. This housing block is biblical. It's so thick with insulae. And at a glance, you can't even tell how it works. But not only does it work, it's rock solid, stable. Look at that, not a shred of devolution. And they're all taxed, all fed, all supplied, and it's not culture spam buildings either. Has a nice perimeter as well. I like the look of aqueducts running along the walls. I need to hex edit this file. It doesn't have locked favor, and I didn't disable sandstorms, and I'm pretty sure I also forgot to disable iron mine collapsing. If I build that iron mine, is it going to collapse on me? Here's another map that moans at me for no working dock. You can see why I disabled these pop-ups, by the way. Man, this housing block is so good. And yeah, there we go. It's not even a loop. It's just a linear line coming down along here. Branches out and comes back, but doesn't even loop in on itself. Really like the walls, even if they're not needed in some cases. Yeah, I think it's important that you gotta have some city limits of the walls. Weird that the iron mine isn't collapsing. I thought that it would, but again, this is segregated, so we have our slum town, if you can call it that, with a small insulae. The glorious artisans living in their grand insulae. And then, not only do we have some palaces, but we have one single tasteful luxury palace here. So I imagine that's the governor's personal palace, which he has next to his personal palace. And then in between slurping wine and cooking with oil, they go over to the Senate. Although this one has staggering amounts of unemployment. Room for improvement. Actually, not physically room for improvement, but thought-wise, there's room for improvement. So anyway, you need to go and get furniture and pottery, and then these guys are going to evolve up. While I'm at it, why don't we also figure out a nice wall here? This does not excite me. This was a production of necessity. What we should probably do is gatehouse up the stairs down. Slow down a bit, game. And yeah, what I think I'll do is have you come down and along until you meet up with the other part of this wall. Carthaginians could be here. I haven't been to this province in the Empire. There could be Carthaginians. I hate Carthaginians, he thinks to himself, out loud. Can have a rare case of some actual tower guards. Looks a little ugly without some wall. Ooh, it looks a little ugly, period, doesn't it? Forget the central tower. Aesthetics are more important to me. No point having towers if we don't have tower guards, though. Here's a little thing we can do. See this barracks? This has now become portable barracks. The barracks is going to send a trooper over to the towers. You know what, maybe we could have another tower there and there as well. Tower man will man the ballista. There he goes.
No sign of barbarians! No sign of the enemy! No sign of barbarians!
Very good. You don't need to keep the barracks here, as long as you just have one dude sent over there, all is well. Oh god, never trust your prefects. What am I doing? Maybe I shouldn't leave that little lip there. It's just going to cause problems. Although I don't know if lack of road access is going to cause problems to that tower or not. Oh well. We can suss it out in due time. And then once you have your ballista up there, we'll be all good and ready. Not quite as involved as setting up your ballista in Stronghold. Man, it's good in Stronghold. But that should suffice nicely. You know what? I could maintain the road connection here. Wouldn't be too hard. Observe. I didn't want to rob that tower of its function and its employees. Did you try Stronghold Definitive at all? No, I couldn't think of a single reason to play that game. I already own Stronghold. I've even still got my CD of the game. And I got the HD re-release on Steam. Why would I buy yet another so-called Definitive Edition? I'm not like some deluded Age of Empires 2 player, clinging to every little re-release I can. Had to get that dig in there just because it's UTBW. You know how it is. Uh-oh. I thought we were done with fights. Oh god. Uh-oh. This is a problem. This is a true two-pronged problem. I deleted my entire army because I thought there weren't any more fights coming my way. Uh-oh, right, okay. Okay, so much for Eternal City. This is going to be the shortest-lived Eternal City you've ever seen. Give me back my barracks. And, oh god, where are they even going to attack from? I need an army. And you said this would be boring. I stand by that assertion. Alright, well, let's at least have an army. Make sure your weapons industry is running. Sure looks running to me. Running for cover. Could migrate my weapons slightly. Surely they'll work from there. Yeah, no employees there. I still have weapons backed up a little bit, but yeah, this is gonna be tight. Tight as a tiger. I have a way of dealing with it, don't worry. Well, worry a little bit. I at least need 2 legions to deal with it. Once we get the trumpets, enemies at the door, we will only have about 1 year to deal with the consequences, and the consequences will never be the same. Right, I need a bathhouse around here for my smelly Romans. Could I not squeeze my fountain over here? Wouldn't it do exactly the same? No, not quite. It's almost like I planned the location of some of these things. Where can I squeeze in a bathhouse? And this is not an acceptable answer, because I need people to be able to walk between these areas. Do we have even a single 2x2 available for my glorious bathhouse around here? Alright, this is what's going to happen. This theatre's going away, that house is going away. The water doesn't reach that far? Surely it does. Ha ha ha, it just barely doesn't. Anyway, that's okay. Surely I can put my baths over here and everything will be okay. On top of that, these people are going to need an amphitheater, which is even harder to find a space for. Well, it's a good thing I said that housing density doesn't matter too much once you're at this stage in the game. That theatre's going away, amphitheater is coming in here. Replacement theatre is there, and hopefully this deals with everything they need. It might not, though. And they are not going to evolve further if they don't have access to a doctor. Speaking of which, I earlier was saying that I wanted to drop my level of health, so I'm going to delete the doctors down here. So people are not very happy with that tax rate that I set. I'm not very happy with it either, because my money seems to be dwindling away. Where is it all going? Don't worry about that bleh sound, that's just people dying. Who's not deified enough? Mars. Mars is unhappy. Who would have thought? Don't worry, Mars, I've got your back. Need these guys to get to... Uh-oh. Uh-oh! I don't have an army for this incoming attack! I could be screwed here. Completely and unequivocally screwed. Really thought there were no more attacks. Why would there be? This is at the very end of the map's date. I have ways of solving this, but I need to know where the attacks are coming from. So I think I'll do a save here. And fast forward to the attack. A little unfortunate, but I'm probably just going to have to save scum this one, else I'm extremely dead. Oh well, hey, I've got something resembling an army now. How many more can we get? Also good to see that the industry is somewhat working. Right, so they're coming from over there. I am very dead here. With 1.5 legions against Carthaginians. Instantly aggroed by the turrets. Sweet mother of mercy. See how that's not going to work out well for me, but here's my glorious plan. What we do is that now that we know this horror is coming our way, you do this little, I hesitate to call it much of a trick. If you pre-position your armies, you will slaughter the enemy as they spawn in. Sometimes it's not enough, and actually this army is really not quite good enough. But I gotta try, right? I'll give them some backup with javelins as well. And this may work or it may not. It's close. It's real close. I killed a lot of them. So I reckon if we pretty much do that with some added bonus... Ah, of course. When in doubt... And we are in doubt. We're in a lot of doubt. Invoke the privilege, yeah. An untold army of prefects are going to have to help. I didn't think we'd be coming to this. I really thought there were no more invasions. I suppose a more prudent man would have gone and checked. Sudazima did supply me with the map file. I could have gone and looked at it and said, "Oh, would you look at that? There's another invasion of, I don't know, 90, 120, however many at this point." I don't think this army of prefects will be enough. Prefects are pretty piss-poor fighters. But at this point, any warm body will help. Really not have more coming in here? Come on. Come on, my prefects. More ballistae? It's an idea, but I'd need to move my barracks over here to supply the ballistae. I don't think it would work out in the end. You got any few more troops I could throw over here? I don't think 3 more pandas will make the difference. Can we get this? You know what, I'd rather have the military music for this. Oh, man. The problem is the Carthaginians are just too dense. Those elephants are mighty, they can tank ballista shots. I actually think we've got this if we just add a few more numbers to it. One of the problems there is that I did not have... I didn't have people working for my... what am I trying to say? My prefects. I think a few added prefects to the mix. Although prefects, I'm pretty sure, cannot even hurt elephants. I think they'll make a much needed difference here. So they just get a little bit of access to labor here and there. I make sure they don't fall down, and then we well and truly revoke the privilege. The prefects can tank the Carthaginians, and then maybe my my main units can take care of the elephants. Or so I will hope. There we go, all that money is going away. Caesar's not going to be very happy with me. But when is he ever? Most of the melee is in the elephants, and you didn't kill a single one. Yeah, I think that's because the Carthaginians, the regular Carthaginians, were wearing down my heavy infantry. I'll see if I can get them dead. This was not part of the plan, by the way. If I'd known there was another invasion coming in, I would have killed it before I got to work on my city. Another idea is not to have prefects, but instead have lion tamers. Lion tamers are pretty good at fighting. I'm a little unsure about the layout of my armies, though. That is a good meaty number of prefects, though. Maybe I should have my heavy infantry back here, so that the only people that get to meet the heavy infantry are the ones that have made their way through my my prefects, which are indeed trying to blot out the sun. Prefects are very poor fighters. You're much better with gladiators or lion tamers. I bet Caesar sent these guys, really. He's a monster like that. At this point, more javelins are better javelins.
My governors think money grows on trees.
I mean, it doesn't. And this is just one of the two incoming fights. Okay, okay. Back to the drawing board on that one. I think I might have to do this with... I can't even do lion tamers because I only have one Colosseum. Alright, it's gonna have to be gladiators then. Don't get Madiator, as they say. So here's the glorious plan. How glorious is it? I need to be able to draw a line down here. That kind of works. Okay, okay. And I need a bajillion gladiator schools over here. Could actually replace my fruit farms with gladiator schools. They're just the right size and shape. These guys pump out fighters a whole lot faster than my barracks ever could. Like I said, I'd rather be using lions, but that's not an option here. Lions go to the Colosseum. Gladiators, however, can go to an amphitheater. Gosh, look at some of this is made to measure. You'd think the game wants me to use this defense. Still use my army, no good reason not to, but get you there, get you there, squeeze in prefects wherever I can, they'll still make a bit of a difference. Clog us up with warm bodies if nothing else. There we go. Caesar's going to be very unhappy with this, but when is he not? Give me back my decent-ish taxation rate, please. There. Just noticed I got this errant bit of road here. Don't want anybody getting the wrong signals. Whoops, I forgot to link it up to an amphitheater, didn't I? I did. I wonder if they'll go to an amphitheater that has no workers. Well, that one will get workers, won't it? Yeah, there we... Oh, right, here's the problem. They're actually going the wrong way around. I need to get rid of this amphitheater. And I need to connect it up, which I neglected to do. How are we doing on the fighter numbers? 16 on the Quakers. There we go!
There's so much unemployment here. I wish we could practice on some of them.
Oh, you're about to have plenty to practice on. Don't you worry your little head. Okay, this should take care of my enemies. I mean, it might not. Oh, the hole that I have dug for myself. Right, I think this is the go time. Again, I want to keep my main army back a bit. Normally I'd rather curb stomp the enemy as they come in, but I need some people holding back here. He'll be elephant dung soon! Oh, they don't have a way of pathing there, do they? Just get up there, up on the steps. You'll probably die horribly, but that's the sacrifice I'm willing to make. This is an excellent way to deal with Caesar's invasions, by the way. Alright, come on.
Hail! Have you seen how high unemployment is here?
It's about to go down a bit. Loads of Carthaginians pouring on in. But the few that make it through my wall of gladiators
There's so much unemployment.
will then eat my heavy infantry, although more of them are pouring through than I am happy with. Can I pull you guys back a bit? I really don't want you taking the front of this. Oh boy. They want to come through and meet the gladiators face on. Go, my gladiators, go!
I'll teach you to come near my city. I eat people like you for breakfast.
I think you could eat an elephant over the course of a whole year. There we go. The gladiator army has reigned supreme. Surely the other fight will come from a different direction, so I'm happy enough to purge all of this. But maybe I'll leave the road just in case. Right, so this was not at all what I was planning on showing off today. Not by a long shot. But sometimes things just happen these ways. Alright, yeah, no need for this either. I might need to do a similar setup for wherever the other attack comes from.
There's so much unemployment here.
Paving our streets with ivory these days now. Alright, whew. What's this warehouse here for? Oh yeah, apples. It's empty for some reason. Probably because I trimmed away all these apple farms, so it needed to catch up a bit. Alright, alright. So, where's that other attack coming in from, and are we going to be ready for it? 2 legions backed up with 2 javelins should be enough, but elephants hit very hard. Oh, well, they're on their way, aren't they? Alright, where's it gonna be? Let's make save. Speed up and see where it's from. It's all seeded and predetermined, so even if Sudazima chose a random attack point, I know it'll be the same one each time. Alright, so June 24 BC. They're attacking from here. This is a very convenient place for it. Let's see how we stand up against them first, though. Putting my money on not very well. Oh, well, they immediately want to eat my walls. Please, no. Why do they hate my city so much? Well, probably because it used to be their city. That's an even larger number of elephants, notably. Also notably, we were able to curb stomp their elephants pretty well. Might be able to do this without extra help. That's fine, let it burn. Wait, what? I know why that happened, but that doesn't mean I'm happy about it. January, February, March, April. Let's see if we can spawn camp them. I'm actually not so sure we'll be able to do so. It's not like we have a lot more units than we had before. This is surely the last attack, though. Surely. How could there be more? Sudazima is laughing his ass off. Well, I'm very happy to hear that for you. I'm not, but imagine that I am. It makes me sound less mad. Uh-oh. I positioned the wrong place. Move over there. Yeah, no, there are just too many of them. My spawn camping ways are insufficient. That's just in April. So, it's very humbling when you set out to do something on a stream and it all just backfires on you. But some might argue it's very funny. Those people are monsters. Let me think. Down you come here. to come up and over to here, where a glorious amphitheater awaits. Destination walkers will travel quite a long way, but they will go the most direct way possible. But those gladiators proved their mettle before. They shall prove their mettle once more for Rome, by doing so in Carthage. You can do entire maps just by setting up these. Some arguments say it's even cheaper than providing your city with proper legions, and that is true. Or it can be true. You could actually rather they walked down here quite a long way, and then they walked back quite a long way. More of a wavy line to take care of the ones that managed to pierce on through. I also feel like I could have more of them. Yeah, you can't send them to another Roman city to be the big man, and I do like being the big man. Alright, there's April. Do we spawn camp with these guys or not? I think we'll actually hold back a bit, because they are very good at taking care of those elephants. So I'm going to use them to screen for the javelins. This looks much more promising. Well, it does highlight that one element of doing an Eternal City is being able to deal with all of the main things that a level throws at you. The requests from Caesar, and the incoming enemy attacks. Oh, lordy! That's not good, the elephants went straight for my javelins. Good thing Spartus is there for me. Come on, no! If they don't walk towards the elephants, they're not gonna kill the elephants. Oh no! No! They figured out my weakness. Yeah, unlike the prefects, the gladiators will not go out of their way for a fight. But that does teach me something rather important. When they're coming along here, what they can do is go along like that. And then my gladiators will also patrol the walls for me. Could be useful. But it also taught me that the army likes to get around, so I think I'll set up my guys to be over here like so. The moment you show humility, you get punished for it. Yes, so never show humility. I'm learning good lessons. Like another lesson here is keep your army alive. Oh, they really want my javelins dead. Notably, I don't want them dead. That's That's better. Now you can advance and fill those elephants full of javelins. I want skewered elephant nose for dinner tonight. Oh, easy now, easy. There we go. Another important part of doing an Eternal City is making sure nobody ever knows that you ever struggled. So let's ensure that there is no trace of us ever having had done this desperate defense of Carthage. Yeah, maybe if the Carthaginians had fought that well in the first place, they wouldn't be trying to retake their city. There we go. See? No evidence that we ever had these kinds of problems. Because we didn't. It's okay, the YouTube plebs will never notice the edit. It'll be seamless. Alright, now I can get back to concentrating on what it is I'm trying to do. People are pleased with me. They won't be very pleased with me once... Hold that thought. It's just not quite good enough for you. How about that? The desirability on this one house is a little too low. That's okay. The all-powerful Oracle forgives all. Okay, things are improving. My finances could certainly be doing with some improvement. I can't consistently tax my people at 25% because unemployment's so high that they get very unhappy with me about that. But unemployment's going to drop like a stone here because all of these working age people who are 45 to 50, you know, as a good society does, they will retire at the age of 50 and then live off of the glorious benefits that they've worked towards as a model Roman. Why is this warehouse still here? I guess the market ladies haven't emptied it out of furniture and pottery just yet. Alright, not too shabby. Still want to clean a bit of this up, but clean it up I shall. I would also like to make this an area for some small insulae. How exactly am I going to do that, though? I would want these guys to do small insulae as well. How much food do I have coming in? I suspect I don't have enough food. One thing is, if you want to have full marks for your city... Okay, good, I can actually get back to talking about eternalizing a city. I would like, if possible, to have my people say not just that the city is okay, but the city is fantastic. And if you want that... I'm pretty sure I had something prepared for this. Is this it? That looks a lot like it. If you want to have the best comments in your city, you must fulfill the following criteria. All the gods must not be angry, and all of our gods are... Well, you can't see that, but they're all happy, so that's good. The city must have a food supply for at least 4 months. You can find that out on your chief advisor, and he will say... Oh, you can even see it there. Food supplies for 2 months. So I need to double up my food supplies. That just means lots of granaries. More granaries than I'm often happy in having. But it's necessary if you want people to say it's fantastic. The city, that is. Unemployment under 5%. Workers needed less than 10. Aforementioned sniggering. The city population must be at least 500, not a problem. Entertainment points, health, and education, those can be seen to later. The big takeaway is that unemployment must be low and you must have a good amount of food supplies. So, I think what I'm going to do is, in the effort of having some... I want this to be small insulae around here, just to give this idea of, as people climb up the hill in Carthage, they get to enjoy better and better housing. So, in order to make this light insulae, or rather small insulae, I keep calling it light insulae, it's a Draconism. What are we going to do? I am going to do this. here, of course. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do with this land, if anything. We'll see how I feel as time goes on, but one important thing I need is water access here. No more attacks coming in, wonderful. Oh yeah, I wanted to get rid of this music and get the old music back. Actually, we can advance the other music we're using. Come to me, Music B. Give me Rome 2. There we go. Advancement. Hey, I could actually stick some housing in here. That would be kind of cool, but not very effective. Instead, what will happen is a fountain will be here, and I hope to heavens I can get a merger here. That'd be pretty cool for everybody walking by. Because the road will come along like here. I can even put service buildings for these guys over there. That's very nifty. I'd rather have my granary a bit further down. But more granaries are often better granaries. Yeah, I need a good surplus of food regardless, so... I'll just have it like this. Excessive granaries for excessive food. And this should allow my city to get full marks on what my people think of it. Needs more farms, of course. Oh, maybe that's not of course, but we'll get them. Never trust your prefects to do a good job. What in the world is in the way here? Oh, there's the world's smallest shrub in the way there. There we go. You actually go and get some fruit, because they'll probably be delivered over there. And then that allows me to... I really hope that merges. If it doesn't, I'm going to have to redesign something. Probably just plonk down a bunch of small insulae here. How much can I water? Oh, very, very little. But not nothing. So if I put you there, then I do have the opportunity to water a few people here. Okay, good, good. Squeezing people in feels kind of good. 1, 2, 3. Get them over there. These guys along here I also want to become light insulae, small insulae. Stop making that mistake. But this is just to kind of add a bit of fullness to the area. I don't want it to feel like there's just this gaping missing point here. You can also get your goods from here, so I don't have any real problems connecting these up. Or do I? I think I do. Instead I'll have you set to get pottery and furniture. Heavens knows there's plenty to grab. Cozy stream, nice to see how you eternalize a city, says Barna. Were you here 10 minutes ago? Ah, Jake Caesar 3 streams are so relaxing, perfect for listening whilst writing my PhD. Once again, hope you weren't here 10 minutes ago. It was a humbling affair for a man who likes to talk about how great he is at Caesar 3. And I do like talking about that. Right, hoping this merges. It'll be better on my accesses. These appear to have all evolved fully. All evolved fully. Yep, good. Good, good, good. Very nice. Merge, merge, merge. I'm so freaking good. That allows me to put this fountain that barely waters them right there. And we patronize all the gods pretty well, so we can do the rounds again. Have some more love for Ceres. Get yourself a theatre. They don't need no, they will need an amphitheatre actually. The important thing to not give them is any health coverage. Or furniture. Actually, don't get furniture. Ah, crumbs is getting furniture. Don't get furniture. If I want these guys to be small insulae, you need only grab pottery. This is a big reason why it's better to import clay than pottery, actually. If I imported pottery, it would fill up these getting warehouses with pottery, which would get in the way of furniture, but it might also just distribute my pottery in a way that I don't want it to. This allows me to have more control over the situation. I don't care if you find this too ugly, that's a problem I can solve. Can I get any more farming done here? I wouldn't really oppose throwing down another farm here, because I worry that this is not enough food for all these people when I get insulae up here. And like I said, the city's meant to be eternal, because I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 fruit farms. 12 fruit farms, each making 160 fruit, or each feeding 160 people. And then how many people? That's 1,920 people fed. Divided by 68 per casa means I can only have 28 casa. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 25. 3 more casa. Will we get that worth of insulae here? 8, 1, 2. Okay, we might be okay. Might be okay. One can only hope. Good enough, but notice this warehouse never gets any fish. That leaves me thinking I won't be able to expand out here the way I want to. That's a bit of a problem, because I do want to expand out here with some housing. I have solutions for that, but I'm not happy with many of them. By the way, I don't trust you not to burst into flames. Can get another farm over here as well. If I get enough excessive fruit production, something that I can do is... Oh nice, this merged. You won't be able to get any godly access from there though. Sorry, occasionally I go in trains of thought and then the train immediately derails. Naught I can do about it. Too busy focusing on the bigger picture. What I'm thinking is that excess of fruit can be stored in an additional warehouse. And then this fruit could be sent over to here to fuel a relatively sparse amount of people living here. I'd hope that this could just connect up and be one very large casa area, but the food production is insufficient. And there's a lot I can do in my city design, but I can't magic food out of nowhere. Could try though. Could give it the old college try. Yeah, it's important to me that these guys become insulae. I want it. I want it to look nice like that. Are those kids going to get all the way up? I want them to reach here. So they're going to spawn here. Hopefully at least one of the little runts will come here. It'll probably get lost in the stairs of the granary, though. Come on, school. Shouldn't be that hard to get access to employees. There we go. Yeah, as expected, the school kids just get lost around here. But that's not a problem. Easily sorted by putting another school over here. I'll even throw a library over here. What about a bathhouse? Didn't stop to think about this. How in God's name do these people become insulated without water? Oh, well, would you look at that? I have the most tenuous access to water over here. Also have it up here. It's more than a little surprising. How do I put this to use? I see it all now. You go away. Bathhouse goes here. Nice big chunky Mercury temple goes here. Road extends out to touch both. Prefect at the end, because we never trust prefects. Bathhouse lady is almost certainly never coming down this far. Meaning that you might be a lost cause. How? How did that burn down? The prefect's right there. I was mentioning this earlier, the growth of fire rate is random. As such, it is chaotic, which is all the more reason you need impeccable coverage by prefects to ensure that an Eternal City doesn't burn down. There's some amazing posts on the Caesar 3 ancient forums. I think it's Bruegel. Someone submitted an Eternal City. He says, "This city's not eternal. There was a fire 260 years after the end of the run." Wow, somehow the Bath Lady actually got down there. That's incredible. That Bath Lady's on a rampage. Works for me, though. You probably hate where you live, right? Yeah, it's ugly as sin. I don't have a lot of small buildings to improve desirability, but I've got oracles by the many. So there you go. Once you get your pottery, you'll be good to go. Good as gold, even. This I don't want. Why do you have furniture? How do you have furniture? Oh, you got furniture. That's not a problem. The furniture will go away in time.
My governors think money grows on trees.
Well, that's not the only thing going away. Wait, aren't I already charging 25% tax? Nope, and we're going to change that. Unemployment is dropping because all of our people are retiring, but not dying. Excellent city health is fine. I'll keep it at excellent. It'll hurt my employment numbers, but that's okay, probably. And you guys need another bathhouse around here. Perhaps a little awkwardly, these people need to either not have access to a bath or not have access to pottery. So what I reckon I'll do is purge you, replace you with a bathhouse. That's what we call progress, and hopefully the bathhouse lady will not walk down far enough to make these people happy. If she does, I'll have to lower desirability down here. Take these guys, for example. They are evolving too far. Oh god, why is there a well there? I'll try and make their area more undesirable to keep them stuck at disgusting casa level. How? I just put another prefect over here. Why are you exploding? This is madness. Right, tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm going to put a prefect right at the end of the road. That was a marketplace. Like I said, never trust your prefects. Look at the fire risk overlay here. Looks like they're clamping down on all fires everywhere. But they do grow randomly, so you just need a small moment of prefects not covering them. And it'll go up, 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 burn. Alright, things are looking a whole lot better now, at least. A whole lot better. Still would really like to fill this up with people, but I'll be using probably a pair of getting fruit warehouses over here into a granary. And then having just a general area around here. I've also got a nice little idea. I really am unhappy with this little thing here. I don't like sticking a tiny little isolated engineer and prefect just for my own home, but I have a cunning plan to deal with exactly that. Also not super thrilled at how this water goes around here. Could we do better than this? Kind of. Hey-ha. Now I can actually look like I have a road that comes into Carthage proper. Still gotta make sure people have a way to walk through all this. I'll preserve these trees, they look nice. Well, that also means that I can just get rid of this, right? Yeah, doesn't look so good. A lot of this is just me thinking, oh, what looks good, what doesn't. It's entirely possible you disagree wholeheartedly with my idea of what looks good. And that's great, because I would love to see your city and see those sweet aesthetics. What am I even building here? I don't know. As long as it works. Your own personal engineer, what's not to want? Not having my own personal engineer? Looks tacky, I think. Right, what is going on around here? Maybe we have some people living along here. Sadly, it's not quite wide enough to have. Or is it? Or is it? Hold on, hold on, hold on. I would really like it if I could have people here. People here. Ooh, I might be onto something here. Gotta check where the mergers are, of course. But I'm having a brain wave. Or maybe it's just a brain fart, who's to say? That looks good. Right in between the forest. My only sad thing is that there will be horrible slums. Well, not slums, but there'll only be casa. I can live with that, though. Alright, get in there, get merging, and all should be relatively well. One, two, three. Ooh, that's pretty. Every spell and gesture shows you who's the best. You're playing with the big boys now. So I don't have any local food to feed them, but what I'm going to do is have these warehouses grab the excessive fruit production from up on the top there and deliver it into this granary, which will feed a very modest area. I just want to fill this out so it looks like Carthage is actually connected. I don't like this gaping void. Also gives me a place to put excess buildings, because I'm almost certainly going to have fun employment once all is said and done. Look at those sweet mergers, every last one. They can all be dealt with a single fountain as well. And this oracle won't even burn down. Who still needs to be patronised? Neptune, Mars and Venus. Well, we're quite close to the military, so how about Mars looks down upon you? Pleased, of course. Nowhere near enough hospitals in my city, but putting down that hospital might prove to be problematic soon. Soon we'll be able to deal with the demographic shift, because as I said, my people are getting old and retiring but not dying, because city health is too damn good. Look at this, a huge chunk of my population is no longer working, and this is the bright young youth to replace our workforce. It doesn't look good, not at all. This is set to getting fruits, so it shouldn't be taken from by the other warehouse. These warehouses should be taken from around here. Not enough entertainment, not enough cash. What can be done about that? I want to leave this area open for transit. Only having large temples really... Oh, right, yes, that actually makes sense. I completely forgot to prefect this up. Doesn't help that there are stairs around here, severely screwing with walker paths. Let no good fiery deed go unpunished. Nice, I thought for sure that would spread, but it didn't. Did Jake play Aesthetic Prison Architect? I have played Prison Architect and I don't like it. And I don't like... I played Academia School Simulator, which looked like it was trying to mimic the same game, but have it set in a school. Also did not enjoy that. The type of game seems like it'd be fine. It's really just RimWorld, isn't it? But something's weird here. That's not a vacant lot. It's not the only weird thing in this map, but we can live with that. Yeah, I was trying to think how I get an amphitheater up here. Space is very limited. Don't really want to purge another house just for that, but I can, and I will. Theme Hospital, another game I've played and not enjoyed, sadly. Can't really put my finger on why, but... oh boy, we've already hit the point where unemployment is hurting us. So, we're about to lose so much of our workforce and have so little to replace it with. And my solution to this is generally just labor pit. It's not a nice solution. In fact, it's a very not nice solution. 1, 2, 1, 2. But it does work. And the amount of labor pit you need can be immense. And in this case, I think it really will be immense, because we have just about 10,000 people. So I'm going to make sure I'm not going to trod on the lands the natives claim to be their own. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh. And I'm going to very unceremoniously dump all of these people here. And here. And they definitely need some prefects to not burn down. Because these things there are going to be little tinder boxes. Engineer posts so that the prefects don't burn down, and I need to seriously lower my taxes or else these people are going to riot. Leaving myself another area here for even more if need be, and the need might be. So this is going to bring in working age families, and I'm going to use them to ride out the worst of this wave. I'm very worried about my finances with this kind of situation. At only 8% tax, with this being my only tax base, and my exports not being so hot, it's a little rough. But surely we can handle a little rough. Imagine seeing the Insulaean palaces and the brochure, and when you arrive, yeah, it's just filthy, stinky tent. But oh, look how nice my city looks. Here's your brochure. Nice. I guess we can change the music, can't we? There we go. Oh, jeez. Where and how? Wait, I think that's my prefecture that caught fire. It's not the first time we've had that happen. Took a little bit too long for the people to arrive there. At least unemployment's nice and low, but yeah, my money is likely to go nice and low as well. But this has worked out fairly nicely. Don't like this empty bit of land, but I can live with that. What's your problem? The guy's not walking up there, is he? I can solve that. We don't need a theatre here. I can put a gladiator here. We're not going to get any gladiator revolts, at least we know that. And we do know that. I checked. Wait, are these places even connected? Should they be connected? I think I cut them off on purpose, actually. Did I cut them off on purpose? I think I did. Yeah, I'm almost certain that I did. That tells me that that's actually not... doesn't even want to be a gladiator thing. Trying to think how I move these people around. You don't have amphitheater access, do you? Entertainment, amphitheater? No. This is one thing that you do a lot of when eternalizing your cities. Lots of little tweaking around of buildings because they're not walking the way you want them to. But I need you to walk this way. What's your religious access, by the way? You actually do have access to Mercury and Mars, so I'm actually at liberty to destroy Mars and replace him with a gladiator school. You won't like it aesthetically, but you should get enough desirability from the nearby Senate. There we go, sorted. Don't worry about these houses, they're higher level than I want them to be, but this market will eventually run out of furniture. And then these medium insulae will devolve to light insulae, which is where I want them. Would it be impossible to do Gladiator Revolt? Oh, it would be impossible, since it could destroy one of the unbuildables through no fault of your own. Even more so as you put gladiators right there. Very well thought out, Sudazima. I'm sure some people wouldn't have thought of that. And just let my hippodrome be destroyed. My beautiful hippodrome. People are extremely pleased with you. Hopefully they're pleased enough to pay 14% tax. These guys won't be. These guys will want to revolt, but hopefully they just won't. Let's see what that did for demographics, by the way. Still terrifying. But we'll see what we can do. What's your problem? Your problem is that you're not ugly enough. Could you get a little uglier, please? Something you can do for ugliness is build wells. People don't like living next to wells. You can also do prefectures. People don't like living next to prefectures. Trying to make the neighborhood ugly. It's not working so well. There we go. Oh, it worked too well. go. This is looking fine. Light insulation on the upper level. Not so nice looking casa. This area will probably be used for just buildings in general. Don't know what kind, but I'll suss that out. These guys are feeding themselves alright. I could connect them up here as well. Could even add a few more casa here. Like I said, I just wanted to fill things out a bit. And now I can get rid of my personal engineer and my personal prefect. Because the prefect and engineer walking along here actually service this. Let's look at that over here. Risk, fire. Whenever the prefect walks along this road over here. Well, not when he's walking back. But when he's walking out of there. There we go. He knocks that one out of the park. That does tell me that I want 2 prefects, because if this burns down, I could burn down my entire tax base, and that would not be acceptable. It's alright if the labourers revolt. The army is literally next door. Yeah, but the army would probably be part of the revolt. Alright. This seems okay. Still some more touches that I'd like to do for the city. Don't know what I want to do with this space or this area, but to know what I'm going to do with that, I need to know my final employment numbers. It's a shame that my finances are so rickety right now, but we're going to speed up and see how we do. Certainly glad I'm maintaining my exports of fish and fruit. They're probably single-handedly keeping me from economic collapse. If we take away the amount that I spent on construction, I'm still making a loss, but this year's looking better. So I want to speed up and see how my employment numbers look. Notice that my unemployment is lowering, which is bad, but it will even out. So what's happening is gradually these old coots are dying, and deaths are replaced with births. Look at that, the old people die, and we get young people to replace them. So in 20 years, things should stabilize. But I'm going to need something like 100 years for things to truly look a lot more ironclad. Shouldn't say that word. I'm trying to avoid playing more Slay the Spire. Why don't we play more Slay the Spire today? Depends when this finishes up, but I might be tempted to. I know I said I'd do my punishment game today, but you know what? I don't feel like being punished today. Today's a good day. Lovely, gorgeous day. Went to the dentist and all was well. Been to the dentist a few times. I'm just generally going a few times to rip out all of the British work and replace it with Hungarian work, which I do think is considerably better. Not that my teeth are too much of a ghastly mess, but I broke my teeth on pretzels when I was a kid, and that's been an ever-present problem. Not so much now, though, thankfully. Why are only 9% of people registered to tax? An excellent question, Lamoto. Normally, in an internal city, I register 100% of my population for tax, or as close as possible, because tax is a bit wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey in places. On this map, my only tax building is the Senate, so I had to carefully decide where I place my patricians such that they get taxed. So the 9% of the population registered are only those living in the palaces. Of course, they pay loads of money to me. My taxman even tells me how great it is.
I love collecting tax from rich houses like these.
Eventually I'll have my taxes super maxed out, but I can't do that whilst my people are so unhappy. Whoops, look at that. I let my unemployment fall too far. I need to immediately do something about that, because that's pretty catastrophic. What's the cell number on... marble. Marble sells for a decent amount. I don't want to stop my marble economy. You're not getting a hospital here. Actually, you're not even getting a doctor. You're just getting nobody there. I need to free up 30 workers immediately. One problem with ever going under your unemployment numbers is that you could suddenly find that maybe this academy doesn't have enough workers, so the walker doesn't actually see to all of your patricians, and then suddenly there's devolution, and then you're pulling your hair out because you have devolution and you can't fix it reasonably. A good way to sort that out so it doesn't immediately hit you is to sort this out. So I need my prefects to always be working, I need my water always working, engineers, yes, industry, yeah, kind of. Entertainment and education, yes, governance, yes. Basically, military needs to be at the bottom. Military and food production at the bottom. Food production is a bit of a contentious choice, but military at the very bottom. That way, whenever I'm short on workers, the military will be the first to suffer. So my military academy, my barracks, and my towers will end up understaffed. That's fine, that doesn't affect the city's demographics at all, so I'm happy enough with that. But yeah, we still have quite a storm to weather. We're still losing all of these workers, and we don't have the replacement workers coming in. Does this mean it's time for another labor pit? Well, the question is, where would they even go? And the answer is, goodbye, military. I will replace this military in due time, but that time is not now. Like I said, it takes a lot of people to do this kind of replacement work. 1, 2, 1, 2. And this is just bringing in warm, able-bodied people to work where the... Oh, I didn't space that out properly, did I? My people are too old. They need young people to come in and do the dirty jobs that they don't want to do themselves, and they're probably causing themselves by being filthy OAPs. I knew this girl one time. She seemed like such a sweetheart, but then she came out with this gem. She says, I just don't like old people. I was like, what do you mean? They just get in the way. I don't like them. That was so funny because she was otherwise so nice. And look at all the crime. How could these immigrants be causing all this crime after I kick them over to the squalor? Ungrateful is what they are. Oops. Some clever people put hotkeys for things like engineer posts in that. I am too old. Too old and set in my ways. So right now we're missing 1 employee, and it's... There we go. Well, it says 1, it's 2 for some reason. It's being taken from the military academy, which is fine. The military academy does nothing, especially since I have no military now. These are temporary, by the way. They will be destroyed later on. But I need them to weather this demographic storm. What's your problem? No entertainment. You've got a theatre right there. I think the theatre's walker pattern just changed because of all this stuff being built here. It will correct itself in due time. People disgruntled. High taxes are a problem. Well, that's what you say, and I would like to agree, but I actually need my taxes high. I think the massive slums are a problem. Could create some jobs, but do we still have immigrants coming in? No, we don't. Look at this, we still have about 10 or 12 years of massive gap in labor force, but once we're through that, things will start ironing out nicely. Still though, people are a little too unhappy with me. Let me consider what to do from here. Maybe drop unemployment below 5% to make people a bit happier. Or drop my taxes. I definitely don't want to drop my taxes. Like I said, I still have a storm to weather, don't I? Alright, some of these people that came in, I'm going to kick them out and try to drop my unemployment a bit. As I said, there are much nicer ways to go about doing this and stabilizing your city. but building up my city gradually is not really much of an option now that we're already at this point. Some people can do it very well. I'm not one of those people. Still 5% unemployment, huh? There we go, 4%. People are probably still going to be quite unhappy with me. They're indifferent to me, isn't that nice? Not willing to spend money on a festival, but you know what? No. No, just no. Okay, maybe I should. People are getting more and more unhappy with me, huh? Alright, enjoy your 8% taxes, but I'm going to be enjoying debt for that, I'm sure. And after they enjoy a small period of that and become pleased, I need them to pay their decent taxes again. I'm on such a knife edge monetarily, all because this is my only tax base. This is me just riding out the storm of demographics. Once we've ridden out the storm, we're going to be in a much easier situation. It'll still be shaky, but it won't be this shaky. Think about it. I had, what, 25% unemployment? And in a very, very swift moment, we end up with far too few people working. Still this great big void of people. It's terrifying. All the while, people are only just tolerating my tax regime. Next month there's going to be another unemployment stint, so I need to bring back some of the empty plots that I had. And that was not quite enough. It's kind of scary that this is still not quite enough. Get in here, peeps. And next month is also not going to be enough. Or no, next year, rather. Okay, money situation looking terrifyingly bad, and people are still very unhappy with me. I really want to bump my taxes up to 25% for a bit. Get some much needed money coming in, but I would not be surprised if people were close to rioting when they see that. People are annoyed with you. You don't say. What's a man to do? Got no money? Hang on, can I give something to the city? Alright, there we go, this might help a little bit. I'll give what little money I have to the city to see me through. And now we're short a lot of workers. People are disgruntled. Yeah, I know all about it. I'm doing everything I can about it, which evidently isn't enough. I'll drop my taxes to 11, and I don't like that either. How about we go all the way down to 4% taxes for a little bit, just so people are a bit happier. I believe the optimum way of doing your taxes is go down to 4 until people are happy, and then bring it up to 25. I know one guy who's about to be very unhappy with me, though.
Governors think money grows on trees.
Could a demographic reset somewhere help? So yeah, you could actually clean out your city of people by taking away all your water access. Cut it off at the reservoirs or something. I would be able to do that just by cutting off this reservoir. And then bring the water back, and then all the new immigrants will come in and they'll be of working age. But you'll still have the same demographic issue. Like, once those people that come in are churned through, you're still going to end up with this labour pit. Okay, we're still on a downward trend of employable people until these 10-year-olds become 20 and they start working. They're actually lined up here, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11-year-olds. Unless these are 0-year-olds. Either way, we've still got 10 years of very rough times. I truly need another labour pit. Just over here. Engineer. Prefect. Prefect. And... slum. Also no money. There we go, show me the dosh. Show me the very unhappy people. And the dosh. People disgruntled. I know, but my taxes are disgruntled. Also, 73% unemployment, not good. Not unemployment, that's 73 missing people. I need them. You might think, haha, funny game, but I can't wait until this is a reality. Well, maybe I don't have to wait. There's got people sleeping outside my city walls. That's gonna fall down without an engineer. All temporary though, it'll all go away, don't worry. Caesar doesn't believe me though. Why would he? What's an eternal city? It's a city that can run hands off indefinitely. People unhappy? Of course people are unhappy. People are very unhappy again. People are annoyed with you, and we're still lacking people. But soon, very soon, all these kids are going to be working, and we won't have to go through this rigmarole. Ooh, city health is very good. Okay, I need to make sure city health stays very good and doesn't go to excellent, or else I'm going to have the same problem again. It became very good because I put down all of these people here. Alright. How did the demographic crash happen? I'm sure you're a smart enough person to figure out how it happened. We had too many people living for too long, and not enough young people to replace them with. But now I'm just barely keeping my economy afloat whilst I deal with these employment problems. And the problems are still here, for God's sake. Could these young people start working soon? We're starting to have fewer and fewer people exiting employment, but it's still people exiting employment that we need to replace. Better make a save just in case all of this explodes in my face somehow. Yeah, I don't usually have such a rough time getting through this part of the game, but the economy here, this is a good credit to how tight the economy was on this map. The economy is what's causing me all these problems. Normally I'd have a massive tax base or loads of money to play around with. Right now I have neither. City mood. People are upset with me. Alright. Here's your lovely tax rating. Lowering taxes in this economy. I know, it's hard for me to do. Gosh, people are very unhappy. They just keep looting all of my tax workers, of which I don't really have many. City health still very good. There we go. As soon as I plug the missing worker gap with the was 10-year-olds, things will be better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. About 5 more years of nebulous employment time, where we lose all these workers, and then things will start stabilizing a wee bit. But look at that, I'm 126 workers short. That's completely unacceptable. Meaning I need even more workers here. Terrifying thought. But what's also terrifying is that I cannot get in the way of these natives. My food production will be suffering for this, but you know, my whole city is suffering for this. Nothing new. That's as far as I can build, without cheesing off everybody and their sons. Still don't think that's enough though. More people are needed. More wood is needed. I'm gonna give some of them a doctor just so that my health level doesn't go ping-ponging too much, because my health level could easily fall down from very good to good, which again would cause other problems. The natives are getting in my way of building up lots of nice big labour pits, so I suppose this could be a labour pit. Let them actually into the city. I'm sure that wouldn't backfire. Caesar won't be happy, but when is he ever? Come on, we just need to hold our breath a little bit longer. People are annoyed at me, but I got no money. What am I to do? When city sentiment is too low, people won't migrate into your city either. It's very dangerous though, these could devolve due to lack of employment, but no, we've seen it through. Or we've seen the worst of it through at least. I'm entering ultra debt, which is my least favourite kind of debt. Gotta make that money back. How's the city health? Very good, good. Plug that hole already. I can't hold out much longer. How did the prefect... Oh. That's funny. That's very funny.
You again!
Didn't I put my taxes back up to 25%? And it's still not enough for Toga Boy? Oh boy, I could have a riot in my hands. Alright, squeezed my way out of debt, somewhat. I've got a little bit of money to give to the city. But my people are annoyed with me. I have barely enough unemployment right now. And we're still struggling to plug that gap. Need these guys to start entering the labor force real soon. Did the prefect go out to the natives and check their fire risk? The engineer was going out here, but the natives of course don't have any risk of collapse. There is a fun exploit you can do to destroy the natives, but they fixed it in Julius. I wasn't happy about that fix. People really hate my tax levels, but I guess just to keep people happier, I gotta lower the,
You again!
Everybody's after me! What's your problems, guys? Some people are even emigrating. Forgive me, folks, forgive me. All that money going away, but sorry guys, I need that money back already. This is ridiculous. Just being told again and again about how unhappy people are, but if I can just see this through and start getting people in to the labor zone, we'll be in a better situation. This phase is quite annoying, yes, says Crickney. Yeah, but I've seldom had a map where it's so rough. We're still losing a lot more people than we're gaining, but that'll turn around in a few short years. Well, the years are feeling very, very long. Another thing that I can do is actually get rid of some big employers. Military Academy, barracks. I can turn off my weapons industry because I don't sell those. Not really much else I could consider turning off though. I got rid of most of my superfluous employment things. Spares me a few workers.
You again!
Nice thing to think about is this isn't me. This is the replacement governor because I already won the map. So it's not like Caesar's personally angry at me. Why would he be? People are very pleased. Pleased enough for massive taxes. That's what I hope. Still lacking workers, but that's maybe okay. Maybe. Kinda has to be. Uh-oh. I just made a boo-boo. I just blocked the road to Rome somehow. How? Oh, okay. So I made a mistake that you should never make in this game, and that's blocking the road to Rome, which instantly makes a lot of things get destroyed as the game tries to figure out how to get the road to Rome going again. The road to Rome is a path from this point here to this point here. And there was a little gap somewhere that I just clogged up. And unfortunately, I have to reload from that, which is tracking me back by 3 years. Okay, well, whatever. I can make the industry changes and have Caesar yell at me a bit more. Don't do what I just did. Don't be angry that Jake screwed up. DDR Yake is going to fix it. What do you mean he looks just like? I doubt Caesar knows what I look like. Oh, he's angry even with my tax rating. Yeah, loads of people robbing my poor tax workers. The imposing Caesar. Gotta do what I gotta do. I'm just gonna ping in and out of debt. If you stay in ultra debt for too long, Caesar sends his armies at you. Even with the favor locked at 50, he'll drop down to 10 and still send them. So I need to, every year or so, spend 1 month in positive money. I'm happy with how my map turned out, says Sudazima. This is the icing. Oh boy, well, Caesar's about to ice me, I think. Still shy on a few too many workers. As long as this doesn't devolve, I guess we're okay-ish, but... I should save and save often so I don't make the mistake again of blocking the road to Rome. It is extremely important that I don't do that. Taxes are high, people are indifferent, immigrants are coming in. Just about called them employees, I suppose they are though. Treat them mean, keep them keen.
You again!
I do love that scene though.
You again!
There's a certain anger that the other languages of Caesar, they just don't quite encapsulate, I think. I really feel like Caesar has truly had enough. What have you done to my Carthage? So many lives lost to get this place, and you screw it up. But don't worry, soon. Soon we'll see through this demographic shift. There we go. Look at that. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10-year-olds. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19-year-olds. So in 1 or 2 years, the trend will start going better for me in terms of unemployment. I shouldn't have to keep jamming in more and more slumlords. How's our health rating, by the way? Very good is fine. Watch out, Toga Boy's going to invade you soon. You have no army to defend. Don't make me think about that. I can't be thinking about that right now. I need people to be happy with me. Not you. Then pay my taxes. It's a weird system that people who don't pay taxes are caring about what your tax rating is, but care they do. was unfortunate. That's some of my much needed employees burning to death. I think I'll get rid of that road. It's superfluous. Okay, okay. Not so okay. Unemployment just, or underemployment just went to 71. That does impact my food production a touch. So what does that mean? Yeah, some of these fruit farms aren't working. But I do have food backed up. I could probably ride that out. Probably ride that out. Especially knowing that it's going to get better. Ride it out. Okay, people are upset with me as usual. Things are now getting better than they are bad.
You again!
See, these are the kinds of pains that I go through normally off-stream. I'm glad I had some food backed up for this, though. It means that food supplies start drying up a bit. I can still be on top of the situation. And I am going to have so much money at the end of this, because I really need to cleanse myself of this poverty. Poverty feels bad, man. Once upon a time I sold my copy of Terranigma, just so I could pay my rent. A grim point in my life. People are still pleased with me. Okay, good, good. Unemployment number is not so good, but as long as my patricians don't devolve and still pay me giga money, we're still okay. And like I said, we just need these numbers to start fanning out. Look at this. Now we've got more people coming in than we have retiring. So we're going to bounce back the other way and enjoy unemployment. But that's good. As we get more unemployment, I purge more people from these tents, and then things will be more gentle. So we'll still have these demographic hiccups, but they will become less pronounced. Interesting choice of punishment, Jay, because this is akin to one of those ice cream diets. You should probably change the title. I still think the warning there is well placed. Alright, better save and save often, especially if I'm starting to hit 100 people underemployment. That's a lot of underemployment, more than I was bargaining for. People idolize me as a god. Now that sounds like a sentiment that can be liquidated. The markets are still well stocked for my patricians. That underemployment bothers me greatly, though. Might remain at that level for a wee bit if I don't get some replacement people in. Yeah, I'm trying. It's not easy. Squeezing everyone in that I can, but it's getting better. It has to. Squeeze a few people in here as well, and here, and even someone there. This is worse than the wee hovels that they had in Kingdom Come Deliverance. But we're almost there, which is what I'll keep telling people. There we go. Yeah, starting to really eclipse the people that are retiring. It's good. And then bit by bit we remove the slum town. People are still pleased with me. Isn't that nice? I wonder if I'm almost at the point where I could have a stable-ish time at maybe 11% taxes. Rather than yo-yoing myself so much, have things be a bit gentler. Might be alright with that. Still trending downward, but we do still have a few exports. Not many, but some. That feels better. We even have some unemployment now. Alright, how's that for stability? That caused some unemployment, huh? Not a problem. Ah, looking so much better. Still have some people living a bit too long, but they will die eventually. Oh, it didn't work out as well as I wanted it, right? And people love me. Love sounds like 14% tax yield to me. So much ghetto, just whoa, yeah, needed for this eternal city. Like I said, this can be done better, more gradually, less horrifyingly. But that's evidently not how we're working around here. What's your problem? You lack the amphitheater, don't you? There you go. Wait, how is that not good enough for you? Huh, he doesn't get a theatre access. In that case, if I shove an actor colony over here. There we go. Oh yeah, a staggering 12 unemployment, now a staggering 65 unemployment. That unemployment's going to go up and up as it should. As it goes up, I will slowly burn down these tents. And I better do it slowly, because I don't want to have a repeat of the same incident. Essentially, whenever... Oh, you know what? The money's actually holding all right here, and the mood isn't that bad. Good. Whenever unemployment hits about 5%, I need to drop it down to 4 or below to maintain good enough happiness. But yeah, this is good. We got through it. It was on a knife edge. Didn't help that we had those invasions, but now we can purge away this and get back to having the lovely city that we once knew. Alright, maybe a short stint of massive taxes to get Caesar off my back, please. Thank you. I knew we were all in this together. Remove the prefects and let the shanty town remove itself naturally. A charming idea, but the fire would get out of control. Battle unit. Christ, who was the one that burnt everything down? Nero. Battle unit Nero. Alright, alright. I actually don't need to focus the one by ones at all. Notice my prosperity tanked down to 30 though, that's pretty bad. Now as I delete these houses, it's going to cause a weird effect in the census. Don't know why, but when you delete, in fact, let me show you, shall I? I'm going to save and reload this one. Let's just say I deleted all of these tents. I'm like, okay, I've had it with these useless guys. Away they all go. Now, ignoring the fact that this destroys my my employment numbers, let's look at what it does to the demographics. It interests me. I can destroy these haphazardly. It's not a big deal. Whoop. So away they all go. But look at that! Somehow all of the people that were 0, 1, 2-year-old were in the slums. Same with the early 20 guys. All the 61 and 2-year-olds were in the slums. I don't know why it does this kind of impact on the census. I have no idea how the game calculates who to remove when I do that, but it does. And you know, now we're 500 employees short, but look at the army of Nickies.
I've been thrown out of my home! I've to live.
Well, get out of here. You're not living in Carthage. It's like a bunch of rats running out. Anyway, like I said, we're not doing that. I'm going to change out the music track again. What will we go to? Yeah, there we go. So yes, we shall, bit by bit, purge our tent dwellers, because they are no longer necessary. They come in waves as you put down the houses, then they age. So does the game actually track what age the people are that move into a specific house? If I put down a house and delete them, does it remember the age of each person in each house? I thought it just aggregated all of the ages. 14% tax, indifference. I love indifference. It does? Well, that is surprising. But all the more reason that I should take them out piece by piece. So once this pit is gone, things will look a lot better on the employment numbers. But now we've got an excellent, solid youth coming in to work for us. Doesn't look like it models individual age per inhabited in a house, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not convinced that's what's going down, but something's definitely going down. People are disgruntled. I am unsurprised. Get rid of all of these and drop taxes down to 4% to make people happier. Except for Caesar. Caesar won't be happier. He'll be wondering where his tribute is. Prosperity will slowly rise as I get rid of this slum town. Save and save often. Like I said, getting through this will be great. My city will most likely have some pretty horrific amounts of unemployment once we're through the cycle and we have a solid amount of people, but that's okay. Unemployment, I can build make work for my people. But underemployment is a much more serious problem. It needs a much more serious countermeasure. Do you like ice cream? And Hot Fuzz is so good. People unhappy, people disgruntled. I know. Here, get down to paying my 14% tax rate. Everyone can get behind that. Everyone can get behind this. Alright, you win. 11% taxes for all. People are angry. Okay, alright. Stop being angry, people. I have never once had a riot in my games. I don't plan on starting now. Gotta make sure my health rating doesn't change. Very good is what we'll be keeping it at. I was aiming for excellent, but very good is fine. So what'll happen is if you accidentally mix it up and then let's say I get excellent for a moment, there won't be so many deaths that year, and there'll be almost no births. So there'll be this massive gaping hole in my demographics. So I want to maintain very good health and not let it slip to excellent. You heard me, Caesar. I think I'll make some money off of that. Until people are pleased enough, pleased as punch, to pay my 14% taxes. So I've got to keep my eye on health and demographics. I didn't even know there were riots, says Pepper. You certainly knew there were earthquakes. We do have some forbidden multi-quake technology. It is possible to edit a save such that you can have 4 earthquakes at once. They're a little lackluster. The way it works is an earthquake by default is actually 4 earthquakes with the same spawn point. If you just take each of the earthquakes, give them different spawn points, you'll do 4 quakes. But they only go out in one direction. Let's give all my money to the city. To drop our taxes to keep people happier again. I go down to 4 instead of 0, because 4% at least gives me some money. Whereas going down to 0 gives me no money and makes people only one little bit happier. Good lord, Caesar's the unhappy one around here. Where'd all my money go? In debt to Rome. Can't wait to no longer be in debt to Rome, or anyone for that matter. But I'm very good at making my people unhappy. Evidently. So normally this wouldn't be a big deal, I just slap down the houses and speed 5. But this city's very difficult economic situation is causing me to have to do this yo-yoing with the taxes. Because normally what I do is I just put the taxes down to 4% and laugh because I'd have a massive tax base in my city paying it all off. But I don't have that right now. I wonder if I could just get rid of all of you. Not yet. See where we are next year. Oh, right. Christ, I got no money. I don't want a Caesar invasion out of nowhere because I have no way of dealing with that.
You again!
I think I'll keep all these messages when I eventually submit this to the Caesar 3 Haven. People can look at this long list of unhappy people and city in debt, and they'll be looking at my gorgeous city thinking, how? Like that. It's a little spiky, but that's alright. Once we get rid of all these old coots and we just have the young bloods in and working, things will be good, and it'll be even better when the slum town is gone. The slum town being gone means I can very happily charge my insane amount of taxes. The problem is that whilst in the city, you know, everyone's fine with my high taxes. People living in tents get much, much more unhappy at taxes when you have high-level buildings inside the city. And that's why they keep clubbing my people to death. No, maybe not to death. I'll show them clubbing to death. Okay, good. Got another large batch of people that I can purge. Once they're all gone, things look so much better, because then I can just put on 25% tax and leave it at that. Didn't take long for that to happen, huh? Well, I'm glad my title ended up being very accurate. I didn't think it would be this bad with the finances, but it is. I think I can finally do away with this entire loop. Okay, gotta keep a very close eye on that city health, though. There's a very good chance that I accidentally put it to excellent. Contemplating some things right now. Like I said, very good is fine. I don't want to move it from very good. Excellent was also fine. It's just moving it is bad. People idolize me as god once again. That can be liquidated into money. Uh-oh.
Enough! You will mock Caesar no more!
I was a little late on that. Let's see what happens when Caesar arrives. It could be that he just leaves anyway. Let's give him a little less immediate stuff to destroy. I forget if he comes in from the road to Rome or the road out of your city. I'm not going to save right now, though, just in case it all comes apart. Yeah, there we go, there we go. New orders arrived. The Emperor's had a change of heart. I'm to bid you farewell. Yeah, okay, don't come back. That was a mistake. I let myself get into turbo debt for too long. Obviously it was a mistake. I didn't invite them into my city on purpose. Let's get rid of this slum town as well. Almost all the slums are gone. Looking better and better for my Omega taxes. Sudazima revealing how intimately he knows the Caesar attack legions. Quick glance at the health. Health is very good, as it should be. Still very good. Good, it might take a bit to update, but I want to keep on top of that. Do not want to accidentally end up with better health. Good health is bad. There we go, people disgruntled with high taxes. I mean, they don't even pay the taxes. What are you complaining about? But we're almost home free. Referring to the city population, the census is added and removed randomly. Well, you saw what happened to the demographics there. Why does deleting a bunch of houses delete entire chunks of age groups? Well, probably because old random isn't very good random. What do we know? I don't know if this is excellent health or not. It probably is. I think I'm going to get rid of you, and hope that that keeps the city health at very good. I'm also going to try and keep myself relatively stable at 14 there. Oh, unemployment's a bit too high. As is often the case, the solution is purging. It selects age buckets at random if I'm reading this code correctly. Okay, good, still good. Still very good. We're almost free of the slums. Just got to get rid of the big heart of it. Much better. Good health is actually really, really good. Perfect is just terrible. For an Eternal City, I think average is perfect. Average is... well, I like average, but I'll go for very good here. Good might actually be the best, because the child mortality can be a bit of a pain if your city health is only average. If it's below average or poor, you actually have a lot of people die every year, and then you get fresh immigration. Could be a way of keeping your demographics more stable. Speaking of stable demographics, this looks so much better than what we had before. Got all these holes in the top due to me deleting buildings, but that is acceptable. And now we just trim this all away. Well, not all of it, but we're working on all of it. Ate some of my wall. Ooh, that's not good. City health became excellent. Now, it's important that I don't pass this year with excellent health. I'm going to bring these guys back. Try to get it to very good, and that tells me that I need to purge a clinic around here. Hold on, I thought I got rid of this clinic. Ah, this clinic's here. Crumbs. Deleting you won't do enough in time, but my idea is that if I get these people in here... the health only matters at the turn of the year. Says it's excellent. There we go, we're back down to very good. We're very good for the turn of the year, meaning we didn't cause a horrible problem here. But now I can get rid of you again, and hopefully getting rid of that clinic will drop this down to very good. Alright, the scum are almost gone. I'll make a save here because I need to make sure that the health is still very good for the turn of the year. Still very good. They've lost their clinic access. What the heck heck is this? I got 3, 4 small tents just sitting here in the corner doing diddly. Not merging for some reason. How in the world did it fall all the way down to good, though? Oof. I was looking for very good, not good. I need to improve it just a little bit. Ah, you guys will improve it just a little bit. Caught it just in time. I would have noticed if it had changed because the bar here would be very different. But yeah, you guys should be enough to make a difference. And you guys shouldn't be a small tent. Why is this? Why do you not have water? There we go. Up to small castle you go. Retirement age is 50. People only work between the age of 20 and 50. What a world. This is going to be insufficient. I need a few more people seen to by a doctor. I'll whack down a doctor here, and you're going to see to these guys. That shouldn't be enough to put us to excellent, but it should be enough to allow me to purge more of these guys and keep it very good. Oh, I think I can get rid of all of them. Yeah, get out of here, you stinky slums. Done with you, and you're done with me. Now this is a much smoother looking amount of people. Glorious. Very glorious. These people die, new people come in. City health is still very good. Grand. Oh, no, 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 don't delete game. Save the game. City health still very good. Everything's stable. Now I can charge my 25% taxes without people caring too much, at least. Huzzah!
This city isn't too bad, really.
Right. Right. I'm so glad I made it through that. That was troublesome. One of the hardest ones to get through, and that was a demographic shift largely taken care of. Not entirely. Need to keep that unemployment under 5%. Make my money back so Toga Boy doesn't get too angry with me. Some things can be rebuilt to swallow up some of that unemployment again. I want my barracks back. I want my military academy back. And I would like my army back. Can the army go out here? It's not quite well situated, but 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that would work. Usually like having combined arms, so get the mounted brigade as well. Ah, the Maroc. He's still thinking. If that's the case, then just have you like so. Ah, there we go. There we go. Might seem like we have an annoyingly low amount of youngsters coming in. So we might face another smaller demographic issue in time. But we'll see how that plays out. With this, though, I should just be able to speed 5 my way to stability, super stability. So we will. We'll just let things play out. Also lets me do little tweaks here and there. As long as I don't change the layout too much, we shouldn't end up with issues of the health level changing, but everything looks fine. I would quite like this guy right here to be... I want him to be a medium insulate because he's up on the upper level. That's difficult though, because he needs furniture.
Things seem to be working well.
And if these guys get furniture, they're going to evolve further. But if they don't have access to a clinic, which they don't, then I should be fine doing that. So I will tell you to get furniture. Furniture appears, suddenly appears. Market ladies take furniture. These people get furniture but can't evolve. You, on the other hand, if I put a clinic all the way over here, it's unlikely he'll walk all the way down to these guys, and we can watch him. Health, clinic man. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. He sees to them, and only them, and he does not come down here, not far enough at least. And then you, with the glorious power of my gardens, become a Medium Insulae. As expected of people who live on the upper area. I saw you devolve and revolve. I'll look closer into making sure that nothing evolves and devolves in time. For now, I'm interested in making sure that the demographics, which I worked so hard on, don't kick me in the face. It looks like 2049, where the randomness is really nasty. It randomly averages age buckets up until the age of 63. Then, if that fails to prune enough, it starts from age 10, removes the population until it was removed enough. Thus, the oldest part of the population is always safe. That sounds like a counter-exploit measure. Because otherwise, you could use that to purge all of your old people, as any cunning city builder would want to do. Unemployment's starting to creep up a bit. Let's put our weapons industry back on. So there are a few little things that I want to fix and a few things I want to take care of aesthetically. Otherwise, this is looking very, very good. I'm very happy that from the moment we made all these patricians, they haven't devolved at all. I think this one had some issues. What were the problems there? Ah, yes, the long distance to get the pottery and the furniture. We moved it closer and haven't had problems since. Okay, that's good. Do worry a little bit about... Look at that, we got... I think we're going to face another problem with employment, actually. Which is troublesome. Don't want to bring in another labour pit, but I may have to. But it'll be much smaller, and I have a lot more money to ride out the problem this time. Purge your old, crash the medical sector. The medical sector is going to prove an interesting quandary in a short while. Because if I want best comments, there needs to be an average medical coverage, which counts doctors and hospitals. Yeah, so we got this level of people coming in, but all the people above this line are going to retire and not be replaced. So I will need another labour pit, probably. Well, definitely. A big part of the problem with this is the lack of wheat. If I was able to feed my people off of wheat, I'd have far fewer problems with employment. But we don't have wheat. I wonder if that came with a patch. I remember a hint to destroy buildings to get young people into the city and get rid of the old, but maybe people just assumed that without testing. Well, the old game used to say build extra wide roads so that your people can get through without bumping into each other. That was a load of old hokey. Yeah, the bulky number of 50-year-olds retiring and not having enough replacing them. This is more like current European and Japanese problems. Not as catastrophic as I just had. But yeah, now we're going to run into a lack of people. And I need to think how I'm going to solve that. I think my best bet is to drop down to the good old modest amount of taxation, with people still loving me, and then build another considerably more modest labour pit. One, two. 2, 1, 2. How about something like that? Engineer, perfectus, perfectus, perfectus. And I'll just add little bits here and there to make up for the lack of employment. I need to be very careful we don't drop down to good. I think we're much closer to excellent than we are to good. Round 2, no, this is nothing like round 1, but I suppose it is round 2. How? I just saw your prefect walk by you. How did that happen? You never get anyone added that's older than 33. No, wait, sorry, 30. Yeah, immigrants are meant to be of working age. Help you get your city up and off the ground faster, more smoothly. Now I need to run through about 50 or so years, just gradually tweaking the slum town so that we're able to, well, survive. But at this tax rate, and with this amount of money banked up, my people shouldn't want to revolt on me, and Caesar won't want to send his armies at me. Shouldn't. Doesn't mean won't. Just keeping an eye on the city health again. Very important that it stays very good. So keeping an eye on the food situation, seems very stable. I think I built just the right amount of casa over here somehow. It was not a calculated thing, I just finger in the aired it. It worked out divinely. Very happy to see that fruit exports and fish exports are still working though. I love to see that. Low value exports I love in Caesar 3. Don't know why. Natural-born contrarian, perhaps? Why sell wine when I can sell the makings of wine? At the wall, there's still one bit of road that echoes the gladiators walking by. How? How did you burn down? About a century of this being fine. Prefect, 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 and you still burnt down. Never, ever trust your prefects. What? Where's the other fire? Down here would be understandable. No idea what just burned down there. Also, they don't appear to be merging. Wait, was this even oh, what was this actually? I don't think this was housing. Crumbs, I don't remember what you were. That's okay, that's why we have a bajillion saves. You were a marketplace, okay. But something else burned down. Anyone see something obvious that's now just a charred pit? There are these. I don't know if those burnt down as well. But it probably does echo to wanting more prefects. No, that's not rubble there, that's just empty land. Oh well, assumedly nothing to worry about. City health still very good. Still quite an almost worrying amount of people are going to retire with just this to replace them. So when I said I didn't need that much of a slum, I was correct, but still gonna need a bit more slumming up. Also, yes, one little road indicating my past with the gladiators. Gotta be a little careful that we maintain very good health and we don't change it as well. So yeah, these are the pains I go through in my Eternal Cities. And they are pains, but I do find it quite relaxing as well. Notably when I don't have to hover over the tax number quite so much is a whole lot better. How do my people feel about this?
This city isn't too bad.
So the reason they don't think it's amazing is what? I have enough food, so it's either education, it won't be education, it's health coverage. The average health coverage needs to be higher, and because I purged clinic access for a lot of people, it means that I need to give more hospital access. That can be done though, and it wouldn't be difficult to do. Wouldn't be difficult, he says, huh? Rally-ho. Gonna get rid of this road and consider what to do with you later on. Oh, my little Calais that I said wouldn't grow keeps on growing a little bit, a little bit. There's a big difference between hospitals and clinics. Clinics prevent disease, hospitals deal with disease. Ideally, you never use a hospital, you just have it to evolve patricians. Good doctor-clinic coverage is all you need to prevent a horrible situation occurring. Fumigation is horrible, and it gets worse the further into the game you are. Let's make sure we're not getting in on the natives' lands here. When you set up new housing, are you guaranteed young pops? We're guaranteed population that's 50 years old or younger. I saw a spike of births. Why is that? Okay. Still needing more employees. Not a great sign, that. Not a great sign. That doesn't block the road to Rome, we're fine. Although save and save often. If city health gets too good, I can give, or too bad rather, I can give some of these guys a clinic and be okay about it. But it seems fine.
No sign of crime around here. I'm hardly needed. These buildings are in great condition.
Yeah, tell me about my city.
I work hard. I like to play hard. But I can't here. There's nothing to do for fun.
That's actually pretty good. You can hear everybody complaining about entertainment, which is quite rare. So in particular, I like to hear what my entertainment workers say about it.
This must be the most boring city in the Empire.
Boring? That's what they say about this place, despite my valiant efforts. This city needs more entertainment.
I work as hard as I can, but there's still nothing like enough entertainment in this town.
Leo and I fight all day, all night. And still people are bored. There simply aren't enough entertainers here.
Not just that, though. There's one other guy that's got a lot to say about it. And there he is.
Citizens here are bored, even with chariot racing. There's just not enough entertainment here.
Yeah, it is quite rare to get that complaint even when you have the Hippodrome, but we do have that. It's because of all these people just getting no entertainment whatsoever. Once they're purged, everything will be better. But I really like to hear what patricians have to say about that as well. Do we spy any patricians walking around? There you are.
Boring? Citizen, is this not the dullest city in the Empire?
Well, it is Carthago. Did that lion just talk? It's Leo to you.
Here. Business is going very well.
Yeah, I edited in some names for the characters in this game, and I have long forgotten how to do that. I need to go back and figure that out someday. Alright, alright. There's not that many, it's just this chunk here of people that have to retire. So, you know, we don't need much more expansion to our modest slum town. Oh, easy now, easy now. Let them through. I think I was denying people entry into my city proper. Shouldn't do that. Let's make sure people can get in through the doors. Employees needed, not a lot of them, just 17 or so. And it's been taken away from our defenses, which is fine, because we finally purged all Carthaginian menace. Just need to, you know, squeeze in a few more slums wherever we can. Gotta get that real California experience going. Alright, we've just about rode it out. City health is staying fine. And this will be a very smooth curve once we're done. Although we'll still do another 1 or 2 rotations through it to make sure it's absolutely ironclad. Man, I shouldn't be saying that. Who feels like some Slay the Spire this evening? Because I'll tell you who does. This guy right here. Still in need of more workers, huh? Oh, I don't want to set up another bit of slum, but needs must. Needs must for Carthage. Do it for Carthago. What I often do is I turn down a lot of big industries like my Hippodrome to ride out this kind of thing. Oh, I think people are too unhappy. Yeah, people are getting really unhappy now. Whoops. That's okay though, we can handle low taxes for a bit. Can't handle that though. We have enough money that Caesar won't get annoyed at us for a wee while. How long have we been at this? Almost 3.5 hours. So, how long did it take to beat this map? About 4.5 hours, I think. I wasn't lying when I said it takes longer to eternalize a city than to make it. Done some sweet touches here, though. I don't think I'm done with the touches, but yeah, smoothing out the demographics curve is the biggest one. So, might as well just tear that band-aid off. One idea could be to water these guys so they become large tents rather than small tents to house more people. Too much work, don't like putting down wells. Plus it's hideous, so they would need some gardens as well, and it'd be super hideous because they're next to all the forts. Look at the desirability near the forts. No citizens desire to live here. Poor pathetic taxation rate. Glad to see my granary's nice and full. That helps with people saying nice things about my city.
This city would be a lot better if there were enough workers.
Childhood Jake used to hear that line all the time. I just could never get enough workers in my city. I wasn't good at building dense housing districts. It's just another lane. Just another lane. Childhood Jake sounds so cool. He played a lot of games, and he lived in a very remote place. So good thing we had games. I'm very glad I came from a family of gamers.
I love coming here. Business is going very well.
Wasn't much else to do out where I lived other than ripping legs off of crane flies. Wow, that's amazing. Right next to the engineer post, and you still collapsed. Rare. I found your perfect hands of Avorion a month ago, and now I'm using it as a guide and a background noise in my own attempt to 100% it. Good luck. I found that a very relaxing game to 100%. I really enjoy the early game, and late game, I don't know, I get a kick out of building up everything. I still fire up Avorion from time to time to just admire my my perfect empire. At that point there's really nothing to do, but what I do is I find the Trade League and I kill them all. They are the strongest ships in the game, at least as far as I can find, and that makes it all the more satisfying to brutalize them. The slum is getting bigger than I had planned. I don't like that. Uh-oh. We made a big mistake. City health fell to good. When's the last time I saved? Ugh, 11 years ago. Oh dear, okay. That's okay, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Drop that tax rate down to 4%, build the slum, and add a little bit more health. Because evidently I need more people. I took my eyes off the health for a critical moment, and I really should not have. There we go. Save that and just speed 5 that to victory. Did your dentist appointment get cancelled? No, I had an early morning dentist appointment. 9 AM it was. So naturally, I set my alarm for 8 o'clock, but whenever I have an alarm, I don't trust it, and I always set 2 alarms. So I had one on my phone and one on my laptop. Good thing I had 2, because Windows decided that it was in my benefit to do a force restart update to plug Windows 11 at me. Which of course disabled my alarm. I was not happy with that, but that's why I prepared. I was very tired last night. Why was I so tired? What was I up late doing? You, Baron! You were playing Slay the Spire! I was laughing at you playing with Watcher. Let's not say I was laughing, that's cruel. I mean, I was, but I was admiring your Watcher play. Doing moves that I had never considered. It was illuminating and entertaining. There we go. My mother taught me long ago, Jake, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything. I just wish she would take her own advice every now and then. Oh, I must have missed the Watcher making it through. I did eventually conk out and fall asleep. Well, yeah, I got a hand to this Hungarian dentistry. It's good. As I mentioned before, I broke my teeth in a very unflattering event with pretzels when I was a child, and various different UK dentists have tried their hand at it. Took a long time before I found one that was actually able to piece my face back together reasonably well. Alright, all is well. My money is absolutely tanking to the point where I wouldn't mind having 8% taxes for a change. They've got dentists in the UK? Yeah, dentistry is actually free in the UK if you're under 18 or if you're on benefits. These days I am neither. It's sad seeing these small amount of olives here. I think I actually want to have some more olives back. They're barely worth any money. In fact, they're worth anti-money. I think I pay more in wages to make the olives than I make by exporting them. Nine denarii per olive. That's definitely not worth it. But I just want to see this thing fill up with more olives. In fact, if I want to see it full of olives, why don't we say exports over 12? That'll make me feel better. That way it'll actually look like I have olives to trade. Functionally, this isn't doing anything, but aesthetically, it makes me feel like the big man, which is how I like to feel. because I'm a very average 180 centimeters tall. Did the Hungarian dentist comment on your dentistry? No, I think it was a Swedish dentist. No, it was both of them actually. We still use like awful metallic amalgam filling in the UK. And I think it was a Swedish dentist that laughed and said, "We haven't used that in 20 years." I had a great dentist when I was a kid, though. As I mentioned, I'm from a very remote part of Scotland. What we had was the dentist van. The dentist van would drive up to my tiny school, and you would climb into the back of the van. And this does sound like the start of a horrible thing that gets mentioned on Crime Watch, but no, you would go in, you'd have all of this dentist stuff in the back of the van, and he'd see to your physog. Oh, wait, whoa, I've been neglecting my unemployment numbers. God damn, I need a whole lot more slum than I thought. How did it come to this? Save and save often, though. That's how we got our school meals as well. They were cooked up somewhere centrally. They were kept horribly lukewarm in these warm water containers, and brought over to the school and then slopped out. Jamie Oliver might be regarded as a massive twant by many people, but I'm grateful for what he did for school dinners. I think I was also a bit late to enjoy it, but huzzah. You know, for me saying that we don't need that much more Slumtown, we certainly needed quite a bit more Slumtown. Reminds me when I had to go to an American hospital for a bone fracture. Got back to Canada, went to the general for a checkup and handed them the x-rays, and the ER nurse, she had the most bemused smile. They still use films? Canada's been using digital for decades now. I imagine a lot of places look to the UK with that kind of pity and contempt. City health is still very good, as it should be, and we've almost ridden out the demographics again. However, I have a terrifying lack of unemployment. It's kind of scary. It tells me that my city is actually quite inefficient, and I know that because I've been building an inefficient city. One question I might have is, why do I have a library here? I might have to trim down on some frivolities within my city. I know you got library access, but what about school? Did you find? Watching the NHS collapse is one of the most painful experiences of living in the UK. It's one of the more delightful things about living outside of the UK. We get very hung up on the whole, you know, NHS, la-da-da in Britain. Gotta defend the NHS. Well, I quite like the Swedish system. It wasn't free, but you didn't waste your time. Knowing that you have to pay 30 quid to go and see the doctor means you actually consider, maybe I should take some painkillers and see if this passes before going and bothering somebody about it. Those unemployment numbers are still staggering, come on. 122, not unemployment, underemployment. My patricians are still good, but don't want to leave this to chance. This is a lot of slum that I'm going to have to clean up as well. I'm starting to really worry about this this city. It's not efficient enough. Normally my cities are so painfully efficient that this part, even when I'm done with it, I end up with huge amounts of underemployment, unemployment, that's what I'm trying to say. But I don't think that's going to be the case this time. Not to mention the money situation's not so hot. Was your childhood in one of those millions of Scottish islands? No, no, no. the north of Scotland. I'm not from the Hebrides. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Tax situation grim. In debt to Rome. I thought I had enough money to ride this out. But yeah, it really speaks ill of my city that I can't handle all of this. There we go. Calm yourself down, lads. I went to get an x-ray on my jaw. They gave me a film and an online code to get it digitally. I don't think I've ever needed an x-ray. Never broken a bone. Tell me what happened, didn't happen. Okay, good. I thought my city health went a little too high. Tells me to save and save more often. I saw a bunch of immigrants come in this way, which made me worry. Made me think that I had some kind of devolution thing going on. I wish there was a map mode to see the housing... what's the word I'm looking for? The saturation, how full they are, how many people are living in the houses. Okay, yeah, actually this is looking really bad. It's bad because without the slum, I think I'm always in underemploymentville. There are a few bits that I can trim off here and there, but it's going to be tough. Pretty tough. But not impossible. One thing is I can support a few more people around here, that much I know. Do you want to become a house? There's going to be more work than I was signing up for. Food's the main issue. I gotta push my food as much as I can. Couldn't help but notice that Kaiser isn't very happy with what I'm getting up to. Shove some people in here. As long as they all get merging. As long as I can water them all. Oh, that's painful. Let's not have Toga Boy give me the invasion. Set our taxes accordingly. City health is still very good. Yeah, man, it's going to be tough. Still have a lot of tents that I need to purge, and I really don't think I have the unemployment to handle it. When you stream this game, how do you make the resolution not suck on the point that it displays quarter of a full screen? Feroka I run with Julius, which is an open source, let's say mod for Caesar 3. Makes it run very well on modern systems and has some nice quality of life additions. Man, my city has problems. More problems than I was banking on. Where in the world are all these workers going to? I even purged all of my excess stuff. Alright, I think my beloved towers are going to have to go. That's too superfluous. I thought I was so ready to do this. This map is proving to be harder in a number of ways. But again, that's what happens when you get a desert map with no wheat. You have to spend a lot on prefects, employees that is. You have to spend a lot on making food because you can't make wheat. And that's extra expensive. down a little bit of furniture production. I don't need that much. Both of you are a bit too much, I think. Just looking for where and how I can trim down on employee usage. Having to have the hippodrome, that's another big old 150 people swallowed up. Look at that, look at that. Couldn't you fit a few more proper houses in the top right region? You mean up here? Starting to worry about the food situation. Look at this granary. It's shaky. There's an idea for putting more people here, but there's no water that can reach over there. It's tough. There's an argument that I might be able to fit more casas over here. I do not know how the food would hold out. The fact that the food isn't backing up in the warehouse tells me that maybe it wouldn't do so hot. But it's also probably being fetched from these guys, so that might not be an issue. Very hard to tell. Fish more. There's not really any more accessible fishing points. This isn't really accessible because there's no good bridge way over to it. This is way far away, unless I made another little community over here, just to pad out my numbers. There is, said Sudazima, really? I mean, I know that I can set up a wharf here, 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 here. That might sound like a lot of fish, but how do they move from here? If I give them a road along here, I gotta purge you, and then it's such a long way that it's going to be inefficient. If I stick a granary here, there's going to be walker issues, like this guy wanted to deliver to that granary instead of that one. Not to mention getting over here. Well, I need a ship bridge. I could put one there, but then I have to lose you, and I've got all sorts of problems, so I don't think that's so workable. Might actually be one of my better ideas to make up a small fishing community here. How many of these can I get anyway? Oh, not a lot. One. That doesn't actually work. 2. 3. Wow, there's not a lot of opportunity for fishing here. Couldn't you put a ship bridge on the little Granary Peninsula? Nope, this is too short for ship bridge. It would need to be a low bridge. That would be a problem for my fishing boats. Oh well, one problem at a time. Actually, that is part of the bigger problem, isn't it? Yeah, my city is nowhere near as efficient as I need or want it to be, and that is a problem. Surely it's a problem I can rise to the occasion of dealing with, though. Surely. Yeah, we got 90 unemployment, but I need something like 400 unemployment to be getting rid of all of these tents. And now I'm back to my horrible money problems. I mean, it's smoothing out, but not in a positive way. It's kind of resting at this position. Maybe we're exporting too much food. There is an idea that I could not be exporting this fish, but it's not well positioned to use it for food instead. It's only 3 fisheries, and these ones I don't think work 100% of the time. And mixing food types for plebes is a terrible idea. I wonder if what I could do is use this fruit. The inefficient nature of this bothers me greatly, but He's thinking, maybe I can make it work. Although if I were to do that, I'd probably want another warehouse or two. Where do these guys even get their fruit from? I think you get fruit. I think they get it from over here, which is fine. I have vast overproduction of fruit. Maybe it's not as vast as I thought. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fruit farms over here. I gotta feed some of these guys, but maybe I could slam in a few more people around here. We'll certainly fill up this area, which is something I wanted to do regardless. Give it a go. Let's see, Venus. I need some extra happiness around here. Happiness is a little hard to come by right now. And let's slam down a few houses here. I'm just checking to make sure these would actually merge. Seems like they would. Alright, let's see if we can work with this. Save and save often. I couldn't help but notice that I have no money. I got ultra no money. Caesar, please forgive. And please forget. This didn't work out so well because of... Ah, yeah, right. I knew I was forgetting something. Again, these prefects, they really eat up my employment numbers as well, and not in a good way. These didn't merge at all. Alright, forget you then. People are getting unhappier, not unsurprising. Boy, this is kind of spiraling in a very, very bad way. Can I get myself out of this free fall? Make sure these people are well watered from fountains. There we go, at least it's a few more people. And hopefully that didn't impact on my health. Good, it's still very good. Drawing the line across from these guys, it does look like they fill in a fair gap of missing workers. Can I start purging these outside people with relative impunity? Start by purging one by one, see if I can sort some tax issues without these people raging on me. And then go from there. You can do it, Jake. As you said, you're the best. I'm certainly not feeling like the best when I'm doing this. Where is all my money? Oh boy, Caesar's probably about to come and rip me limb from limb at this rate. Forgot to check my taxes back. Don't have enough money to build things now, that's alright, we'll get it fixed. People are going to be very unhappy with my taxes. It's alright, that's why we have prefects to go and beat down all of the revolters. The peasants are revolting. The peasants are always revolting, but yes, they are rebelling. Don't Don't worry about their petty theft. I'm more interested in... In what exactly? Sorting out my finances. My poor, poor finances. I really thought I had enough money to ride through the worst of this. And now I'm seeing quite the opposite. No, I'm 24 and 25. Should be concerned that I'm seeing some immigrants coming in this way. It tells me I have some devolutions and evolutions to take care of. You also lowered the olive exports a bit. No, they didn't actually lower. And besides, I think I pay the farmers more than they make on the exports. What I did was I set them to export over a certain amount, so they need a certain backlog in the granary, in the warehouse before they sell. That doesn't actually change the throughput at all, it just changes the amount that we have locked up, backed up, or whatever you want to say. Look at that, it fairly took a bucket out of the 40-something and 50-year-olds. Whew, boy, this is tough. Really tough. I honestly thought this would be one of the easier maps that I have to eternalize, and now I'm seeing quite the opposite. And I'm also seeing that the food situation is not keeping up for these guys. I'll have to purge some of them. I mean, I hope it's just the drag of getting the food over there, but I don't think it is. Having to bounce between these taxes is unpleasant. But I'm doing what I can, for I must. This is a lot of people that I still need to purge. Oh boy, I might completely fail at this. All because my city isn't efficient enough. I really thought I could get away with a relatively inefficient city. But now I'm seeing that that's not the case. Let's get rid of this library. I think I can get away without it. Any other libraries? Libraries chew up a lot of workers, so if I have any excessive ones, it'd be good to get rid of them. I guess I got 3 libraries around here, but I think the implication was that I needed them. And all those noises of dying people are revolters getting beaten down by my prefects. Every day they think they come closer to storming glorious Carthago. That's why we need to purge them. But I don't think I'll be able to do the final purge of all the 2x2s with the amount of unemployment that I have, which is to say not enough. Not any, really. Looking at my demographics now, these are all the small tent people, and it's a considerable amount of my society. This guy struggles greatly with getting his resources. And markets won't help. The simple truth is that the granary is empty. As I mentioned before, moving food in this game is very, very difficult. I'm starting to wonder if the better idea is just not to have fruit here at all, but instead do this. Go and get the... Oh, I got no credit? Can't build anything because I got no credit. Alright. Caesar only allows you 5 grand of credit. If you drop below that, you cannot build anything. So now let's see if that fish can actually support this. I'm starting to think I might have screwed myself even further with that, because I don't think the food will stretch. But I will try and get it to stretch. I wonder if I could just handle this on 25% taxes. I know the tent dwellers will be very unhappy for a long time, but everybody else should be happy enough. Why do we care about tent-dwelling smelly plebes? Seems okay-ish. We're trying. Well, I'm trying. I'm trying real hard, and I might just get there. Health is still in the right place. No notable devolutions here from connecting these two places up. Good, good. Come on, let's dig ourselves out of this pit. It's a lot less pressure when I'm doing this on my own. Don't have to talk to anyone about it. And I don't really need to think that much about what I'm doing. Or rather, I can think to myself, and that's always the easiest kind of thinking. Couldn't you get rid of the military again? The military is already bottom of the bucket on the employment numbers. These 30 people, I might as well see as a buffer, so I'm always safe if I'm at 30 people missing. I'd rather have the buffer than get rid of the buildings altogether, because at least the buffer means that when I make a mistake, I'm not immediately punished. For example, immediately losing some people working in, oh, I don't know, this hospital would make all of these devolve down to small villas instead of luxury palaces, so I like buffers and buffers like me. Okay, we can certainly purge this. That'll do another chunk of damage to these numbers over here, but we're holding steady. I just have two sizable labor pits to get rid of, and we'll be through this. When we got through the first demographic wave, you'd be forgiven for thinking, oh, okay, that wasn't so bad. You know, Jake made this 100, these eternalized cities sound like a lot more work than they look like. But yeah, the nicer the city, the smellier it is in the backside. There was an argument for increasing my marble exports, actually. Let me think. These guys barely make 20. It's more like 18 or 19 bits of marble per year, and I can export 25 per year. But that would require more workers, and as we know, workers I'm not the best at generating. Alright, it's getting better, though. I do worry that we're going to have another similar dip with the people numbers, but if we can just hold this for about 50 years, we're good. 50 years might sound like a long time, but we're passing a month every second. So that's 12 seconds a year. That's about 12 minutes to get through the 50 years. Allows me to sit back and take a drink. Oh. Can't trust these people. Tell you what the problem is though, my unemployment reached 5%, which is kind of good. Purge some more of these guys, bring it down to 4, and bring it down below 4. We're at 3%. Then people will be happier. How much happier? Enough to say that they're pleased with me. Pleased as punch. So far it's the city of eternal special needs. I will get there eventually. This number here fluctuates every now and then, telling me that some buildings are... Well, either I have some fluctuating housing, or I have some employment buildings that are occasionally losing access to their workers. I know that's the case with the docks down here. I'm sure I can and will fix that in time. Alright, this is all that's left now. Don't want to purge them all though, because look, once again, we have a slight dip in the amount of people coming in compared to the people currently working. But we also have some dips here that'll be good to get rid of. So yeah, these guys can stick around as long as I can keep charging my exorbitant amount of taxes. What the heck is this? I don't know. I've never seen that.
I've raced in many worse cities than this.
What the heck are you doing? Okay, well, he eventually stopped doing it, which is good. That was weird. It's like they were moving one bit of fish between the warehouses. Never seen that. In fact, he's still doing it. Are you set to empty granary or something? I meant to deliver it over to this this granary here, but he's doing something weird. And now they're moving it back to the other place. Look at him go! That guy doesn't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing. Okay, now he's bringing it over to the granary. Bizarre behavior. Never seen that before. Then again, I've also never seen this weird vibrating guy over here. Maybe the map editing that Sudazima did caused some unforeseen consequences. It's the only explanation I have, and it's not a very good one. Don't like passing the buck like that just because I can't explain something in the game. But it is an edited save. And to be clear, this happened before I edited it. The boss is watching, act busy! Nah, something Northern Tile Roads, says Zima. Look at him go! Boss really is watching that guy. Very happy to see that the fish situation is working for these guys. I'm a little less happy to acknowledge that I will have very little unemployment to work with for touching up my city. But I would like to touch it up. I can always add a few workers here and there. Okay, thank goodness. I suddenly thought maybe the health had changed because I purged the people down here. It might change when I purge these people, though. Better keep that in mind. Better save and save often. After all, this is an old game from the turn of the millennium. Doesn't have autosave. Although I'm pretty sure Julius added autosave. Yeah, here we go, monthly autosave. I don't have that on, but I could. Yeah, what's stopping me? Still feel like this could be tidied up a bit. But again, those kinds of things can wait for after we have sorted out our demographic issues. And make no mistake, we have demographic issues. I'm going to purge one of my winemakers. I only need one to see all of my patrician needs. Somebody earlier asked, why do I not export my wine? I have so much of it. I must set wine to import in order to get the highest level of patricians, and you cannot both import and export a good. So it's better to import wine and suckle the teat of the taxes of my patricians, rather than try and export wine. Exports don't scale nearly as well as taxes do. To bring my mind more to thinking about Slay the Spire. Scaling. Oh boy, this doesn't look so hot. Oh no. It's gonna happen again, isn't it? No, hold strong. Surprised this is as fast as the game will run. Maybe Julius caps how fast it goes. I mean, it looks like it's going incredibly quickly, and it is, but I feel like I could make it go even faster on vanilla. Oh yeah, I can absolutely turn off my weapon industry. I managed to forget about that. City health is very good. It's one of those bits of information I wish I could put on the outliner here. It'd be very nice if it could be edited. There's a lot of space here for adding more information. But alas, Julius development has ceased. How's my city?
The city seems all right.
How could I make the city better? Why don't we look at what we need for best comments while we're at it? All the gods must not be angry. I'm quite certain the gods are all happy. This is maybe a bit in the way. Let's trim you down a bit. All the gods are happy. The city must have a supply of food for at least 4 months. Absolutely has 4 months of food. I swear I saw devolution. Oh, we are seeing devolution. They are lacking furniture. That's amusing. Because the furniture's right here. That's not a furniture acquisition problem. That's a marketplace distribution problem. I'm going to put down 2 more marketplaces to try and solve that. Market ladies are sometimes very foul with how poorly they work at distribution, but the biggest problem is the fact that houses only bank 4 units of furniture and 4 units of oil. I wish they would take more than that. Unemployment less than 10. Yeah, okay, so the employment numbers are almost perfect. Almost. I think the problem is either health or entertainment. All houses must have at least... The average entertainment points per house must be 21. That's probably the problem. These guys don't have good enough entertainment, but it could also be health. Clinic coverage is whatever. It's hospital coverage that could improve. Slamming down a hospital somewhere around here would improve things. But it would also cause you guys to evolve. Food for thought for later. For now...
The market is out of food.
Greetings. This is an okay city, really.
Damn right it's okay. If only we could get rid of the slum. It's so hard to get rid of. My employment numbers are so tight. And they're going to remain tight, if not tighter. I know, I wanted them there to still think about them. But we can get rid of them now. Trying to think where in the city I can purge buildings to make more employment numbers. Or more unemployment numbers. It's hard. It's really hard. What was your problem? Again with the furniture problems. You've got a market, don't you? Here, have another market if you're going to be like that. Getting these things stable is another important part of an internal city. Don't have devolutions like this, going up and down. Most of the time it's just market ladies, because they are very chaotic, but not always. How many of these guys do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I've got about 30 of them. 30 times 200, 600 people that need to be purged. Let's assume 1/3 of them work. It's 200 workers, holy moly. I can't spare 200 workers. Can barely spare any workers, right? Tell you what, I can purge you, you're not doing anything for me. Time for the day of purges. That library do anything that we could do without? So we've got the library there, and the school there. I wonder if I could replace this library with a school. If they ran down here, that would solve all my problems and save me 10 workers. Crazy that I'm having to think about this. My cities are normally so efficient that I don't need to be doing this kind of thing, but... Okay, that's good, that saves me 10 workers. Notably, I have 2 libraries here. How do we make that better? Perhaps if I got rid of you. You're losing library access. But you've got a school right here, so that solves that. Squeeze every worker. I think I can do away with this fish warehouse and just have 2 of them. So if I just delete you, that'll save me a staggering 6 workers. This is desperate, isn't it? I could just not have this farm, because I know it's superfluous. I think it's superfluous. 1, 2, 3, huh? 60, 120, 180, 160. Ooh, not so sure it was superfluous. Was that an olive farm or not? No, I got 4 fruit farms, so okay. It was superfluous. The castle block has libraries. Maybe schools would work. No, I don't think the schools would have the range needed here. Yeah, school kids are notoriously short-ranged. Look at this, I already have some schools. However, maybe I could knock out one of those schools. The librarian doesn't reach there, go figure. That library I think that library only serves you. But I don't think that's necessary. Maybe I can get rid of this library. I want to save while the going is good, as long as my health is okay. Yeah, it's very good. You just devolved because you don't like not having a nearby library. We'll make it up with some gardens. There we go, you do get library access, and nothing broke, and I saved 20 workers. This is another thing, it's minor, but having large temples impacts on this, because large temples employ 5 people instead of the small temples 2. So that also has an impact. I should also consider, can I save on prefects? Is there anywhere where I have truly gone bananas with prefects and can do away with some? Here, for example, I do not need this many prefects. Not here. Famous last words, I'm sure. Same here. I mean, I know I say don't ever trust the prefects, but I think we can trust them a little bit more than this. Over here as well. I was happy to be gung-ho with them when I really needed the employment numbers crunched down, but now it's just the opposite. Then the entire city burns down. Don't put it past my city. It would love to burn down, I'm sure. Okay, this is looking good. That's a lot of people that need to go and die off, and that'll solve some of my employment issues. Leftovers from invoking the ancient privilege. No, it was definitely make work. We invoked the ancient privilege here, and oh, yeah, we did invoke it here because we got attacked from Carthage coming along here. And they made it all the way here before our brave legions finally arrived to save the day. I think they actually turned around and got here. But we put them in their place. So that's what we do. There we go. This sudden chunk of people just exited the labor pool, and that shrunk me down some workers, but we're alright. We're alright. When you're really desperate, you start looking at how you can reduce the number of fountains that you have. Don't think I'm quite at that level yet. Oh, right, I had some of those prefects to keep you devolved. I recall now. There we go. Look at this poor guy. Wants his own personal... Oh, you've been short education. School kids just barely don't get over there, huh? That can be solved. I'm going to migrate this school over here. Nice thing about the school kids is that their path is instantly shown, and they're very fast to go running around it as well. How about there then? Come on, you little twerps. That works. That works very well. Unemployment is now annoyingly low. I'm going to lose even more people here. Still need to trim away workers as and where I can. This is madness. Like I said, never had to pinch my pennies this hard. Also beginning to worry about the food situation. Is this actually enough fish to keep all these people fed? Guess we'll find out in due time. Purging people there would be the solution, but it's not a very good solution. I will have to trim down my oil industry. 1 oil presser will be enough. Okay, that's pretty bad. He's still looking for more to purge. And this is even without getting rid of the last of my slums. It would pain me to reduce the marble production. I might have to, though. Bring this down, put prefect here, put engineer here. It'll save me another 20. Maybe only 1 weapon workshop. They're already disabled, so although they're there, they are there, they're not actually costing me any workforce. Oh boy, yeah. You'd have to count it in years how long it's been since I've needed to do this kind of austerity on a map. Much as I love to export my fruit, I don't need it thanks to taxes, so I'm going to replace the fruit farm with my own personal palace that I keep next to the military academy so that I can personally inspect my troops. The brightest of the bright. They're not the best, but they're the last line of defense. Still scouring around the whole map, trying to think where I can purge some employees. This hospital is completely superfluous and eats up 30 workers. The real reason I have it is because I would really like to get maximum happy remarks about my city. But he doesn't do a very good job walking around. Look at him, he barely sees anybody. If I want to get full marks on my rating of the city, I need to, on average, have every place have access to either a clinic or a hospital. And currently I don't.
This city isn't too bad, really.
I think I see one poor weapon cart pusher frozen in time. This guy here?
There's no space for this lot anywhere in the city.
He'll be there forever because these weapons are never going to be used up. I could purge this and just not have anywhere to store weapons or iron, but I feel like this kind of city does need weapons, barracks, military academy for the look. It is Carthago after all. It would be wrong not to have that. I just saw you devolve. What in the world is this all about? Uh-oh. Lack of food. Now that may be a distribution issue. Or not. Hard to tell. Like I said, with fishing it's really hard to tell the numbers. But a stable city must not have fluctuations like that. I got rid of you. Do I get devolutions? No, looks like we're good. What are the weapons used? The army, I presume? In order to make heavy infantry, the legionnaires, Every soldier requires 1 unit of weapons. That's fine if you produce your own. It's prohibitively expensive if you have to import weapons. I have to import iron, which isn't too bad. Iron comes in at a price of 60 each, so essentially it's costing me 60 denarii per heavy infantry. So it's good to have heavy infantry backed up with legions that don't need weapons, because guys like these javelins or these horses are completely free to produce. You just need to pay 1,000 denarii for their fort and have a staffed barracks, and the barracks will spit out about 4 units per month, I believe it is. Okay, we're kind of getting somewhere. Kind of. Keep the game going fast, let that smooth out. Still eyeing over the city, trying to think where I could do some more purging. I think I could actually do away with one of these fruit farms. Saves me a staggering 10 workers. Could run the numbers on the pottery to see if I need to have this much pottery. So 1 pottery barn will supply 20 houses. Do you even have any clay? Go away, you. This will supply 30 houses. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 3 is fine. Houses that have pottery but don't consume it will just keep hold of their pottery and they'll never break it or anything. So that all adds up. Still need to purge like 200 workers worth of houses though. At least that means purging all of their prefects, so that'll save me some workers. Otherwise... No, I can't sell weapons on this map. Nobody will buy them. If there were people that would buy weapons, then yes, I could sell them. What about that amphitheater? I don't think you actually do anything for me, amphitheater. Glad my people are so happy. Look at that, they're pleased with me despite my excessive taxation. That's fine, I'll let the money build up. Normally I like to just have a modest amount of money in my city, because I think this looks tacky. I'd rather just have, I don't know, like 6,000 or so, and then barely break even on the budget. I'll try though. What do we think is a break-even amount of taxes? 18% maybe? Let's change the music again. I've heard plenty of this. I think you haven't saved in a while. I was just thinking that, Pepper. Thank you. Whew, boy. 4 hours, 20 minutes. I'm still barely skirting on the demographic edge here. It's almost haunting how inefficient my city is. Tell you one thing though, I could probably get rid of a fair few of these fruit farms. I definitely overproduce food here. Don't know what I'd replace them with though. Gotta make back those workers somehow. Yeah, this is a sure sign that we have far too much fruit here. You know what, I'm gonna have you get fruit as well, just so I can have more fruit be exported. Feels better, looks better. I just like it. Health's still very good. This is stabilizing better. You see that massive dead bucket of people there? There'll be more dead buckets when I purge these tents, I tell you what. You know what, I will be so much happier if I just get rid of this library, but how? I'm going to go education school. I'm going to purge this school, and I'm going to try some different school locations such that it entertains all of these people. That's a lot of places for the school kids to go, so it might be hard to find a way that works for everyone. But I will work hard to make it a reality. That is pathetic. School kids are chaotic. Much like market ladies, who I earlier also said were chaotic. They've got a fairly short range, the school kids. That's one of their worst aspects. So getting a way that they run to all of these locations will be tough. Might not even be possible given the route and the range. That was kind of close. I don't think they get all the way down here. Go, kid, go, 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 go. Oh, he's so close. That kid's so close to getting there. But also so far away. If I didn't have the fruit farm here, and then I put it back over here, would a school over here do the rounds? That might be perfect. Damn, damn! This guy doesn't quite get it. It was otherwise perfect. A nice feature in Augustus, which is perhaps a more advanced version of Julius. Has a lot of gameplay changes though, that's why I don't really play it. You can preview the walker paths when you put down a house. Oh, it's just getting worse, not better. This ain't working out for me. What if we purged this fruit farm, migrated it back over here, and then put the school here? That causes you to devolve, but that's a problem I can deal with. That's close, if only you went up here. That's so close, if only you went up there. What if I put this road there? That wouldn't be enough. What if you went up to there? That does it. Now that might cause other problems, but don't worry about other problems. Just pretend they're not there. Now you are very unhappy because the place is very undesirable to live near. But that's easily sorted because you don't like that prefect. All I need to do is destroy the prefect and replace him with a garden, and we're done. I wanted these houses to be casa. Part of the building idea behind this city is that casa live on the lowest area, light insulae in the middling area, good insulae and palaces up top. We're starting to get some reasonable numbers of unemployment though, that makes me very happy. Can you still get the early version of Augustus that only had fixes? If that's Julius, then yeah, that's what I'm playing right now. Augustus, though, I don't know Augustus very well, so I don't have an answer for you, I'm afraid. Okay, I'm seeing some slight population fluctuations telling me I still have evolutions, devolutions to check, to look into. And look into them I shall, but not currently. How's our money? Good, good. It's going up. Still perhaps a bit too much, so I'm going to drop it down to 16%. Very happy to see my unemployment growing, because I still have a great purge to do. But this tells me that I can start lightly doing my purge. Just get rid of a few here and there. Ethical purging. Because as we saw, when we do big purges, we really cripple certain age groups. I remember Augustus only had global workers and like that early on, before all the new buildings and all that. Ah, right. Oh, surely those versions are kept somewhere. There's got to be people that care about archiving that kind of stuff. But I was never on board with the Augustus changes. I don't want global labor. I like the fact that you can't just have all of your industry over here and at the other end of the map all the people live and work. Should we just rip the plaster off? I think we're just going to rip the plaster off. Goodbye. There we go. What did that do to my demographics? A wee bit of problems here and there. But I think we're in a good enough position to survive it. So I'm just going to speed 5 cycle through demographics. How do people think my city is?
This city isn't too bad.
Not bad. Getting that to be full marks, city is fantastic, etc. That will be tough. But will it be doable? Can't get a 2x2 here. I'm thinking about squeezing a few more plebes over here. Thinking about it. And he's still thinking about it. Just 1 or 2 loads of medium insulae would be great for another 160 people up here. That's not 160 workers, but it would be very welcome. It's setups like this that tell me I don't have a particularly efficient city, sadly. But I worked with the limited constraints that I had. If I had someone over here, how would they be? I'd tell you how they'd be. They'd be waterless. I can't get water up there. Or can I? No, I cannot. Nah, that's not good for a 2x2, but you're good for a 2x2. Oh, I should be arrested for these devilish thoughts. Putting him on the corner like that. Let's do it. They merge, and then they submerge in my glorious fountain water. And they don't like where they live very much, which is why I grant them a lovely garden boon. There we go. There's a few more people. Not enough people to really rock the boat of the census, but I do want a few more people in here. In America, purging is known as redistricting. That doesn't sound very nice. Well, it's probably not meant to be. Gotta sugarcoat it. Sadly, I can't get a 2x2 here or here. My question is... okay, I don't have a question. But if I did have a question, the question would be, could I move the fountain and place the merger underneath the fountain? But there's nowhere the fountain can go that it still does its job properly. Boy, this was tough, wasn't it? Is there any religion overlap that we have and could do away with? All these people have access to 2 gods. Funnily enough, you only have access to Neptune, which kind of necessitates keeping you there. Kind of a quick check at my demographics to make sure everyone's living in the proper places. This is small casa, light insulae, medium insulae, and of course the palaces. Food for 3 months. Ooh, I don't like that. I want food for 4 months. How about I do this? Hope this doesn't muck anything up too much. It did, of course, move my prefect. That does muck something up. Risks of fire. I don't want to regret this. If I move my prefect over here, and then move the doctor over here, am I going to ruin the health situation by having the doctor walk all the way down here? The answer is no. Good, that works out. And he still services these people. Yeah, there is a setting in Augustus to turn off or on global labour, but I believe the question was playing with just that and not all the new buildings and things. I would like Augustus if it only had its quality of life features. I don't want monuments. In fact, I don't like monuments in a city builder. But for some reason, the games that try to be impression games love to put in their big monuments. It works against me. Exactly, Blobber. Building monuments is so boring. One of the nice things about playing Caesar is that you just put things down and they grow. Smackdown School, it's there. Smackdown Dock, it's there. Smackdown Granary or Military Academy or Fort, it's there. Things that revolve around people grow. It's a game about people. The things you put down are there to service the people, defend the people, make the people happy. I don't want to care about buildings. But that is my opinion. And it is only an opinion. Holy moly, look at all that unemployment. Where did that come from? I don't care where it came from. It's good news. Well, again, I got a small amount of people here, meaning that unemployment will be shredded into underemployment. So let's not get too excited about it. Let's speed 5 until all this levels out a bit. I find it satisfying to see the pyramids grow in Pharaoh. I can see that, but I find it much more satisfying to see my houses grow because it's a sign of me doing good governorial work, not just importing the right amount of things, making sure I have the plebes, and just waiting. These patricians are here and paying me boon dollar because I was able to make a very tight and efficient patrician block under extremely demanding circumstances. Water access was demanding, space was demanding, we're on elevated ground, I couldn't build statues, and yet I got 5 of them in here. I did have a look at someone else's version of this. Trollgu ran this and put 6 palaces up here in a really impressive layout that I wish I'd considered. It was similar to mine. He also had the single path zigzag out from the Senate, but he oriented it so that it headed up in this direction, which allowed him more space to the left and right, both for desirability buildings and, well, enough space to squeeze in one more luxury palace. We'll have a look at 2 other people's work on this city once I'm done with this one. Jake, when will you be done with this one? I don't know, maybe another hour. We need to let the demographics run through. But fortunately, the city is really stable and good. It's making modest money. We can be a bit more modest than that. Imagine living in a place with 15% tax. Also, I've got too much money, but I will hold on to that. I could even pay my people even more, but that's not how I operate. You didn't because you hadn't found the cistern location. The cistern location? You've lost me. Have a look at my population number. I want to see if that fluctuates at all. If that ever twinges up or down from 10,394, I know I've got a problem with evolution, devolution. But it's looking pretty rock solid, and I like that. I like that a lot. If it does twinge, be sure to yell at me. Ah, see, there we go, there we go. There was a devolution, a pretty big devolution. What the heck? Bwom, bwom, bwom. Where did that happen? Above the patricians, up here. Ah, look at that, look at that. Low on food. That's funny. I trimmed away that fruit farm because I thought that they had too much food. And now I've come to realize that they had not enough. Very funny.
Oh!
It's alright, it's a problem that will solve itself. I think just one single fruit farm was enough to cause that issue. I should have done a count. I should have counted this versus that. Oh yeah, of course I added another house after deleting the farm. That was the problem. That will cause a minor impact on my census because we lost some people and then they migrated back in. But it is minor. And again, the unemployment, because I'm not taxing 25%, I can actually handle unemployment. In a sense, we could say that we've already eternalized the city, but I don't want to draw the line on that, do I? No, certainly not. Let me think about entertainment levels. Average entertainment needs to be 21 for what I'm going for, so as long as people have amphitheaters and theater access pretty much across the board, that shouldn't be a big deal. How dare you not have your own amphitheater? Considering putting one here, I will put one here. There you go. Don't you dare just walk down there. Don't you dare just walk down there. Oh my god, what a useless walker. Oh boy, sometimes I just like that though. Bafflingly useless. Come on, walk down here. Nice.
Everything seems to be working well here.
Glad to hear it, but the one other thing that needs to change is the health situation. Not the city health, but the access to clinics versus hospitals. I want some hospitals. Even though they are massive drains on employment numbers. If I had another well-placed hospital, I'd be able to get the full marks on my evaluation of the city from my citizens. That is close.
The city seems to be in good health.
Could I smack you down here for better service? Still goes that way. I need him to go up top over to here, though. He does exactly that. Nice.
This basket is killing me.
This city isn't too bad.
Oh, that was a mistake, though. The whole point was to not give these people healthcare, or else they evolve. But I can devolve them by doing this, surely. Surely. Come on now, don't completely die on me. Desirability can be pretty difficult to manage for these kinds of guys, but it is a powerful tool to make sure that your houses stay at a certain level that you want them to. Would an oracle here be too much? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, probably would be too much. What if it were there? And I got rid of you. And you. And give you a prefecture. Everyone hates prefects. Garden for you, garden for you. Now can I get away with purging the prefect? Okay, that takes care of it and gives them hospital access.
This city is fab.
Yes! Full marks! Oh, I need to hear it from the most well-written people here.
This city gets full marks. It's a wonderful place.
I'm glad Scipio agrees. Holy moly, that was quite the journey, but we got there. So the reason it got full marks there was because I finally gave an average of 1 level of health to every house. Even though some don't have hospitals and some don't have clinics, the average now is 1 or above. Whew! Christ. Yes, surgery on a grape is a good way to put this, Sahash. Normally, it's not this hard. I know that's easy to say when you're in this kind of situation, but truly, it's not normally this hard. I've ran a lot of cities into eternity. But what makes this city particularly difficult is the layout, the lack of access to wheat, causing me to use a lot more... Ah, what the hell is this? How did that happen? The school is suddenly not going there. Easily solved, but yeah. Surgery on a grape continues. That'll take care of it, though. Whew, yeah, how dare we have a hovel. We're not allowed any houses out of place, and the evolution must be rock solid. Get your final 4 people there. And that tells me that my final population is 104. Oh, something is still evolving, devolving on me, but where? It can be very hard to tell. You've got to catch them in your eyesight when they evolve or devolve. But something is still a bit unsteady. Looks fine. 10, 4, 1, 4. Oh, well, yeah, whatever it was just devolved. Was it here? Or elsewhere? What you can do is follow the immigrants. This is one way to check. So eventually an immigrant will come in to whatever is evolving and devolving. Yeah, here they go. So where... That's quite a lot of them. What in the world was changing?
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
Follow them, follow them. Up here, huh? So there's still evolution and devolution happening around here. Right, let's keep a hawk eye on it and see if we can figure out what or why. Still furniture. So my market ladies are being absolute beasts. Even though we have 1 market, 2 market, 3 market, 4 market, 5 market, 6 marketplaces, the market ladies are still not walking around here diligently enough. That is madness and maddening. Can't really put you there. It blocks people's access to this area. Not entirely, but more than I want to block. Trying to think of a way to squeeze in an additional marketplace here without purging anything. Options are few. You try carrying furniture across a cobblestone street. I don't have to, that's why I employ market ladies. Options, give me some. Okay, I do see one. Here's my answer. And take my warehouse, shove it over here. Tell this to be the warehouse that takes fruit. Just tell this warehouse to empty and not accept fruit anymore. Okay, that's enough of that. And then shove an additional marketplace where the where that used to be. And now, hopefully, market ladies will walk across here thoroughly enough to prevent devolution. Don't worry about the warehouse looking a little empty. It's just because the market ladies were gobbling up the goods. New market needs new goods in it. It's close enough to where it gets pottery and furniture for it not to be an issue. So again, hopefully this number stays at 10414. 10414 is an awkward number, isn't it? Is there a way for me to reduce my population by 14? Yeah, I saw it drop down a bit. 14 is not the difference between any 2 buildings I can think of. 68 to 80 is 12. Nah, I can live with that though. Although we'll say another 76 pop. Nah, let's not worry about it. I wouldn't be opposed to putting yet another market place in, especially over here, so that maybe they walk down here more often. The troubling thing is that the librarians don't walk all the way around here that I want them to. I can try and meddle around with these though. Do more of that surgery on a grape. I do like that term. Meddling around with you though. The thing is, you just straight up do not go where I need you to go, huh? What if I did this kind of jiggery-pokery? Move the market over here and move the library over here. Oh baby, that does it in one. Swell. Now I've got to have another marketplace, because you can't have too many marketplaces to these people apparently. Pop is changing between 10-4-10 and 10-4-14. I suspect that was a problem over here. That tiny amount of unemployment is not a problem, although the game will keep giving me trumpets to remind me that it is worth considering. There we go. I love this drop-off of just seeing people die. Okay, okay, we might be in a rock-solid place.
Good day, citizen. Isn't this a great city?
Well, it was a lot of work to make it a great city. Ah. As I mentioned earlier, we do have 30 people that we can always afford to be underemployment by, but if it drops below 30, then we're in a bit of a problem, but hopefully things are working fine for that. These granaries are full, telling me that things are actually working out pretty well in terms of having fish for people. Dun dun dun. Are there any amounts of 68 or 76 that we can add to 414 to make it a rounder number? I saw that go down. Nix, where are you going?
Greetings. I'm new to this place. Do you know of anywhere to live?
It's this house. This house is devolving and evolving every now and then. What for? Varför? It must be market ladies. Oh my god, these market ladies are just doing my tatty in, so they are. A real piece of work. Oh, there you go, that'll do you. And it's all because the houses do not stock much furniture or oil, which means they run out of it very rapidly. You need to constantly have market ladies walking past them. You can control that. You can make loops that market ladies will always walk through to ensure they always get what they need. And they always deliver what they have to their clientele. There we go, they're always walking past you. I think these two should ensure that you always have furniture. 4, 3, 2, 4, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. The ever troublesome market ladies. I'll give you another batch of market ladies here. This is crazy. This is so much investment for one little house. All because I need that house for the labour access, and because I'm picky about having it be medium insulae. Underemployment looking a bit savage though. Just a little bit. I think it'll be okay. We can just ride it through. It'll level out. level out. We have a bit of a buffer when it comes to food here and here, less so here. I'm looking at my marble industry thinking I could turn that off with relative impunity. Could actually get rid of that theatre, save myself 6 workers. I'm frightfully aware that my labour is below -30, and it's actually going down quite a bit. That's more than a little worrisome. I'm going to temporarily turn off marble to spare myself another 20, and even that's not quite enough. No more labour pits though, we've done our labour pitting, we're just going to hold our breath and see this through. Let me get rid of this. I dream of the day that I bring it back, but right now I can't afford it in terms of workers. I wanted to spare the 11 workers from the engineer post and the prefect as well. Any fire risk I'm happy to accept. Maybe you could go. Actually, if you're going, you'd be the better one to go. Trimming fire risk is a dangerous thing, though. Very dangerous. I think you are surplus to requirements, though. As we learned, something burned down here despite having the prefect here, so we built another one. Ah, Commissar Marek. Welcome. Hopefully we're reaching the end here. The demographic curve continues to smooth. It takes quite a few cycles for it to smooth out entirely. Sometimes if I'm confident in my city, I leave it running overnight. And then I come back to a very nicely smoothed out demographic curve. It looks so good. Part of me wonders if the wheat is flowing fast enough through here. Notice this thing is always a little bit low. I suspect that I would do well to move my wheat over here so the cart pusher doesn't have so far to walk. Observe. No longer get meat, but accept wheat. You don't accept wheat. Get meat. And now you should be able to fill up this granary much faster. Much faster, he says. Well, it was occasionally getting to the second window. One of the problems is that the casas here eat wheat. They have access to fish and fruit, but they only eat the wheat. Because low-level housing only eats one type of food, and they will eat the leftmost food that they have. Luxury palaces, they eat 3 types of food and they'll eat the leftmost 3. So yeah, it's just all of them, because they don't have access to vegetables. If they had vegetables, they would not be eating the fish. Do you have some cities in 2000 AD or something? I can check what my latest, or my longest running cities are. A lot of this time would be, of today was going to be boringly picking away at this city. And pick at it we certainly have. It's like a scab now. Anybody notice the population fluctuate down from 10, 4, 14 though? Because if it's not, and I don't think it is, then we have achieved the rock solid demographics are one thing, but we've got the rock solid evolutions. The demographics are slowly stabilizing. Sadly, it means people are complaining about my city to this regard.
There are so few workers here that someone even offered me a job.
There's a real shortage of workers here.
I want to find a patrician. He's got a good line about it. There you are.
Services are suffering here. The city needs more workers.
I like the patricians' lines because you don't usually hear all of them. By the time you have patricians, there are certain problems that certainly my cities just do not have, like shortages of workers. Because I've always got several hundred unemployed people. This city was really difficult to eternalize, though. If it were built better, or it was built to a different standard, it wouldn't be so bad. But I wanted the best comments on the city, and I wanted a certain layout. And that, coupled with the inefficient source of food and the inefficient spreading of services, meant that it was really hard to source all the workers for the city. Does seem to be ironing out on the demographic wave, though. Getting smoother. Population has not moved from 10,414 for a while. Good. I saw devolution, says Roseanne. Not good. Casa tend to almost never devolve unless you have food issues. They're not waiting on furniture or pottery, so they tend to just have all of the goods they need all the time. That was 4 minutes ago, says Roseanne. Oh, very good. I'm just looking for the demographics to stabilize to having a tiny shred of unemployment, and I'll have my perfect comments back again. And then I'm willing to close the book on this one. There are certainly some improvements that I would like, but evidently they're improvements I can't afford due to lack of food in this city. I would have liked to fill this area up with more casa, but in order to do that I'd have to migrate casa from here, because the casa houses would still need food, and we are already stretching our food budget really thin here. I don't know how many more people I could support on all of this fish, but it's probably not any more. It's hard to give an accurate number as to how many people a fishing dock can provide for. It can be done, but you need to know exactly where the fishing points are and then count tiles on every single one of them, make sure all of them have 100% efficiency in regards to traveling to the granary. It's just not worth figuring out. Farms are much easier. One fruit farm working efficiently will feed 160 people. One wheat farm, 320 people. Imports are also easy, although... Oh, I saw that. I saw that. I can't believe that's still not good enough market lady coverage. You have so many markets. Markets aren't free, you know. That's it, I'm putting a marketplace there. This warehouse worker is going to have to work extra hard to fill up, but that is their problem, a problem that they have caused for themselves. Yeah, look at that. Hopefully this final market does it, but I've been saying that for every market. And that's purely furniture. I don't know why they made furniture be something that they take only half the amount of in the buildings. But they did, and it's a pain. It just takes a little lapse, like two markets both going to get furniture at the same time, and losing their walking past of these houses to give them furniture. That's why it's really good to do something like this. Putting a gatehouse right here means the market ladies will always just walk in this loop. As it stands, something that's happening is a lot of market ladies are walking up here, which is disturbing the loop and causing there to be irregularities. But as I said, I don't like using gatehouses. They're kind of ugly roadblocks, so I don't want to use them. So I don't. Simple as that. Alright. I'm willing to draw a close on that one and say that that's going to keep it sealed. If it's not, it's just a question of sliding in yet more marketplaces. We have ran through the hideous time that we had with our demographic curve, and now it looks good. So I'm willing to put that down as DDR Jake Carthago Restituit Eternal. That is a long name, but there we go. And that means I can delete all the other ones. I won't do it in-game, because you can accidentally delete files very easily. Let me go through it in my file browser. There we go. Huzzah! And that, let's see, 5 hours. I said that this takes about 10 hours, so maybe I was hamming it up during the stream yesterday. Or the day before, rather. But there's us with a nice eternalized city with perfect remarks.
As cities go,
That's
this
not
one
perfect.
seems okay.
What's your problem? Ah, it's food amount. That's going to fluctuate with the granaries. What can I do about that? The answer is put a granary here. Wait, that just caused a big problem. I should not have connected these two roads, but I don't think I did any permanent damage there, because I pinned these guys down with desirability.
Life here
There
is
we go.
simply adorable.
Say that again, Sylvestus.
Life here is simply adorable.
There we go. Done, and done right. The question was, how long have I had some of my cities run for? Well, there's a good question. Why don't we go through some other Eternal cities? I think we spent long enough looking here at Carthago Restituit. So what do we have? Let's take it from the top. Bruegel's One Fountain City. This is immense. There was a challenge puzzle put out, and it was, what is the highest stable population you can get on one fountain? All your houses must be fed by this fountain. And look at this. Tiny little fountain there in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 luxury palaces around it, with large insulae wherever he can, and filling in the gaps with these tiny little one-tile medium insulae. Packed with services around, uses excessive amounts of gatehouses for roadblocks, and jammed full of weird esoteric usage of paths such that it forces walkers to go around. These places do get employees, despite not being anywhere near getting employees, because the person that it puts out to get the walkers is on a forced path that takes them through these gatehouses to go and get those walkers. The Hippodrome is working and yet not working, meaning that they're getting Hippodrome access from the chariot racer people that are going around, even though they don't actually watch the shows in the Hippodrome. Madness. It's the kind of map that you can just keep looking at and keep learning new things. Perfectly efficient fishing places as well, because the fishing points are on the docks. So they just get on the fish, cast out their nets, and then hop right back onto the dock. Incredibly fast, so it makes sure that he has tons of food coming in for very little cost in workers, because he doesn't have a lot of workers, does he? 106 unemployed for 503 employed on one freaking fountain. We can look at the water. Scary stuff. This, of course, is a custom-made map exactly for the challenge, but that's what it was, forum challenge, and a good one at that. Bruegel really works good stuff. Speaking of Bruegel, here's a... Okay, well, apparently he's cleared that. This is Lugdunham, and the only farming was done on the island. It didn't touch any of this massive fertile plateau. Sound effects telling me I forgot to delete the wolf noise. Normally I have those deleted. It's not actually that difficult. This can be emulated quite easily, because these large tents have no real needs. Give them a road and a well and they're done. The slight bit of magic here that I've used myself after seeing it here is that he has a central loop. And very unlike Bruegel, he's using a gatehouse to make a roadblock here. But he has a loop to give all the services for the patricians. But these select patricians get access to fruit because they've got a granary on the outside, with the marketplace only getting it from there. The inner marketplace has no access to that granary, meaning these guys don't get fruit. These guys do get fruit. So these are grand villas, these are large villas, because the fruit will only support a certain amount of people, and it gets him the prosperity he needs. The idea that the Hippodrome goes here is just hilarious, though. Well, maybe not ha-ha hilarious. He also uses this little trick. That food is only for Caesar's demands, not for the city. I think I have another Bruegel map or two here. No Clinic Capua, Rebel, Lugdunum. Oh, Lugdunum again. This time built to a much higher standard. But this is Bruegel's own hands-off. What he does is, rather than do any editing of the save file, like I do, to make sure you don't have all annoying pop-ups and Caesar attacking, he just said, what if Caesar died on arrival? So in comes Caesar's legions to try and claim his head, and he has so many messages of Caesar wanting to claim his head. And he has built an unstoppable wall of towers that just annihilate all of the Roman army. This is some real asterisk and Obelix level stuff. They do threaten the city, but they rout before they ever get close enough to do any damage. Any need for plebs? Because this chat's full of them. We needed them in the last mission, that's for sure. Keeps himself in permanent debt? Question mark? Net in outflow 192. So I think when Caesar takes tribute, he forces him to debt. So he's even got that stuck in a state of perpetuity. What other eternal places do we have? Speaking of eternal, look at that. Good lord, you could shine your shoes off of that demographic curve. He's got his city health to good, which I think is ideal. Probably better than my very good. You got a little bit of infant mortality, but the people die off once they're 50 very quickly. Barely anybody makes it to 70, and they're all dead by 80. Very good. But this map has been running for hundreds of years, right? Yeah, so it's been running for about 400 years. What else do we have? Syria does some good maps. I think where we're looking... Yeah, this is what I was looking at earlier. This one, fantastic. I wish I could make a map this good. It looks good, really tightly compact. Measured out to a T. I really like the patricians in the center here. Great design for it. And again, look at that. Bit of a hump here, but it's no big deal. And his city health is average. 8201 AD. Wait, was that on Bruegel's one? Ah, okay, right. He was running it for a bit more than 400 years. He was running it for 8,400 years. That far-flung future. Syria also had a really nice Valentia. This is gorgeous. Valentia is a huge map. Loads of fertile land and excellent places for building on. But they've done a really nice compact one. Again, I love the patrician area at the highest point. Very tastefully using medium palaces. There's no need to do nothing but the highest level of patrician build. Sometimes it's nicer to use more modest ones. Small palaces never get seen often enough. The outer rim here, all done with Grand Insulae. Packed full of farms as well. Getting the desirability to have Grand Insulae and farms together can be tough, but he had access to Plaza. That's something I'm missing. Generous uses of oracles and temples. But you also wonder how they get the services here. Bathhouse hidden over there. Got their winery going here. And then even the great big pleb zone is still full of Grand Insulae. It's hard to even understand what you're looking at here. Kind of looks like I'm looking at Glitch Safari in Pokemon. It's so full of things. That's why I tend to go to tax income, so I get a better view of the walker path. But even then, he's got so many granaries everywhere. Impeccable. Loads of fishing done along here. Industrial zone. And he's not using gatehouses as roadblocks, and I really like that. Gorgeous. Look at that, it's running 150 AD. The map started at 70 BC. And the demographic curve, looking smooth. Real smooth. Again with average health. Looks like Syrio prefers to use average health. Other eternal cities. Maybe I can look at some of mine for a change. All that glitters. I was really happy with how this one turned out because it was a very rugged custom map to play with. I forget if it was difficult or not, but it was certainly difficult to get everything ironed out the way I wanted, especially since an earthquake appeared right here. But we've got lots of medium insulae scattered about. I believe all plebs are in medium insulae, including a particularly unusual layout for a path here. It's not a loop, it's just very elongated, somehow gets all of its services, courtesy of the Hippodrome. And the patricians are up here on the higher area, and the market ladies down below just throw the supplies up the mountain to the patricians. Again, this has reached 350 AD when it started in 100 BC, so 450 odd years. Demographic curve. My demographic curve is never as smooth as Sirio's. How does he do it? He doesn't have a little notch there. Might have been an evolution, devolution at some point that I never seen to that caused something like this. That would explain the little bump here for the little nudge here. But there's a bump up there as well. See, there are some real golden players out there that even I have to kneel down to. Caesarea Eternal. Ah, we were looking at this one earlier. This has got the best pleb housing block I've ever seen. Mine, of course. So good, so dense. I don't even understand how they get all of their everything for this setup. I think it was a very awkward positioning to get the walkers to both go along this way and go along this way. But it worked, and it's damn good. Show us your magnum opus city as well. I haven't seen that one for a while, apart from the offline screenshot. Which one is that? Was that Stronghold? Do I even have Stronghold here? Maybe I don't. Was it called Stronghold? I can't remember which city it is. If it's my offline screen, it's probably Stronghold, and I don't see it. Maybe I threw it away at some point. Rhine Fortress? Rhine Fortress? What was that? Oh, I remember you. I built a wheat farm here for export and then forgot about it for a long time. I'm happy with this one, but it doesn't do anything too special. Has it been eternalized? Oh yeah, it's been eternalized. Fun wee thing. I don't mind having really low-level housing in my finalized cities as long as it's fitting. So hovels out in the agrarian farmlands, perfectly fine by me. Like I say, I like having different levels of housing within the city. Makes it feel more real, I suppose. I don't have Nibelungen Light, do I? No, maybe I purged that one. I'd rather purge it from my memories if I can. I don't remember the name. I think you made the map yourself just so you make the biggest, most aesthetically pleasing city possible. Yeah, that was Stronghold, and looks like I don't have it. That doesn't sound like me. I wouldn't delete files that I have. Let me check. Maybe I have a folder called Old Saves. WAVs, resources, Old Saves. Save Mediolanum, Syracusae, Stronghold. Alright, hold the phone here. Why did I tuck it away in an old folder? It must have been for transporting or something. Load up Stronghold. Element PQRS. Oh wait, no, this isn't it. This is it before I built a city on it. Where did the city go? Well, that's a bad sign. Maybe it's elsewhere. Alright, let's just do a whole search on this directory for Stronghold. There we go, I've got Stronghold complete in a folder called Old Saves. Old Saves. Yep, Stronghold complete. Got a bunch of different numbers on them, let me just grab them all. Surely the highest number means the best thing here. This seems about right. Yeah, I remember putting all these medium palaces along the waterway. I was able to get a ton of them in. Down by the Hippodrome together with the Triumphal Arch, my own personal house next to the Senate. Glorifying all of the gods, surrounded by ungodly amounts of oracles. This is a hell of a block though. That is some dense grand insulae. And it was very difficult to make work properly because it's gridded in such a way that's very unpleasant for walkers. But it works. They get their fish down at the bottom. What do they do for other food? Ah, that's right, they get the farming done over here. Glorious. Can old Jake beat young Jake? No, I'm a better player now than I've ever been. I even mixed in different hovel levels, so we actually have large hovels with small hovels out to do the farming work here and here. Military up top, industry zone in the center, artisans in their grand insulae. Very mixed housing. Medium insulae, large insulae, light insulae, large casa, small casa. You know, as they get closer and closer to the dirt tending people out here, the housing just gets worse and worse, or rather it gets better the further you get in. I don't see something going on here. What's your problem? I guess I never did some finishing touches on you, huh? Glorious. But yes, this I believe is my offline image. One of these days I'll replace it, but today is not that day. I really like that. Some differences in the housing, not just all the same next to each other. Yeah, aesthetically I find this more pleasing, but this is not a kind of display of skill in the way that... Let's go to Massilia. In the way that this is. Holy moly. There is not an inch of wasted space here. So much Grand Insulae packed together. Now, I can put a Grand Insulae on this island. It's hard to do, but it can be done. I can't do this. Sirio... Is that their name? I keep messing up their name here. It begins with C. Cicero must have agonized over this one. And I was talking about tasteful use of lower-level patricians. Look at these small palaces, all enjoying their own lakefront view down here in Massilia. Senate as well. Although no expenses spared in the personal palace. God, this is gorgeous. Eating wheat, fruit, and fish. What I really like about a dense city like this is that you are turning your nose up at so much of the map. Look at all this lovely, flat, easy to build on land. And it's not even that far from food, because there's a ton of area here perfectly set up for massed wharves. When I did this map as part of my weekly one-shot, in fact I can fish you out I think somewhere, where's weekly one-shot? Weekly one-shot, 250... Massilia? I don't have it? I have disappointed myself. Okay, well, trust me, do I have my own Massilia? DDR Jake Massilia? Nope, I guess I've never done a Massilia to be proud of. Point is, I was just slapping down loads of houses around here. Not much thought to it. This is something else, though. I'll never understand how Jake can mispronounce so many words easily. Cicero. What's the other thing? Sicero? Casero? It's too ambiguous. Who knows what to do with a C? Right, is there anything else to cover when it comes to Eternal Cities? What was Prosperous Times? Oh, that was nothing special, and it's certainly not eternalized. Haven't looked at... Oh, we were going to look at the other takes on Carthago Restituit. Is this eternalized? No, absolutely not. This city's about to burn. Because look at that, there's almost nobody under the age of 30 in this city. Everybody is about to retire, and then the city will fall flat. Don't know how you'd rescue this, but let's see what's similar and different. So, Troglu is a much better Caesar 3 player than me. Just throw that one down right away. So what have they done with this? They've focused heavily on Casa. They did not do a dense housing block here. Instead they focused their wine industry here, but they also fished for food here. Here's their main industry hub that sells the fish. I don't think he sells fruit. I don't see a warehouse full of fruit that he's selling. He doesn't even have fruit set to export. So he's exporting fish from here. He has absurd amounts of money, but that's because he is 25% taxing 6 patricians. He's getting 20% more tax money than I. He imports his iron for weapons here. Notably, Troglu, the author of this map, has got 100 culture, and you can see academies, libraries, schools all over the place. I think it looks hideous. I mean, I'm not saying his city is hideous, I'm saying that putting down all these culture buildings, ugh, I don't like it. Obviously the buildings that cannot be deleted are in the same place. He's set up spawn camping for the enemy using towers, something I do not like to do. Even here as well, bang, 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 away they go. Makes me wonder how he responded to these attacks in time. Maybe he spawn camped them, I don't know. Haven't seen it in action. Those full ratings are pretty sexy though. So what I'm really interested in is his layout for the patricians. So when I did mine, my road came down, up, along, and over to here. And that gave me about... It's kind of hard to see with this. Anyway, about this area to work with in building. He extended out this way. Then what does this road do? Oh, he's doing a little trick here with a garden into a road for the marketplaces. Delightfully devilish. Yeah, that's the thing. Troglu likes to substitute roads with gardens, which does some walker tricks. Very nice. Still doesn't change the fact that he got in the extra luxury palace, and that's excellent work. Managing the managing the desirability up here wasn't easy for me. Looks like he sandwiched his luxury palaces between grand temples and oracles, which is pretty good because it means all of the desirability culminesces right here, which is what you want. No wasted space here. Gardens work for return paths, but not walkers walking forward. Not precisely Blobber. Sometimes they can walk through a garden to get to another point. I think it's better to say it doesn't work for random walks. But I'm not entirely familiar with it, so I wouldn't take my word on gospel. I don't use forced walkers, so I'm not very experienced with them. Didn't use all this gardening area, evidently didn't need to. Yeah, that's true, Blobber. True, true, true. God, this is nice. It's really clean as well. Nice clean victory. I wouldn't have called my victory clean. A lot of unused space here, but that stands to reason. Looks like he didn't use this for marble cutting, so he did all of his marble cutting here, and... Doesn't look like he used the earthquake at all. He may do with just 4 marbles, or is there anywhere else to get marble that I'm not seeing? There's a warehouse here. He must have done some marble cutting. According to this, he has 7 industries. There are 3 marble mines that I'm not noticing. Where are they? Oh, didn't notice this. You can mine marble over here. Fascinating. That still leaves 1 unaccounted for, though. Anybody got elven eyes able to catch the final marble point? There's a warehouse here full of marble, saying that maybe some marble cutting was done. Oh, it's right here. Wow. Huh. Cool. Yeah, lovely city by Troglu, but I'd expect nothing less because I've got a bunch of Troglu maps that all look great. He did Grimsby. His Grimsby is very different from mine. For one, he didn't use this part of the map at all. I had this shoved with Grand Insulae. His farms are in the same place, but that stands to reason because Grimsby has terrible farming land. You gotta squeeze it all out in this weird diagonal. Lots of small insulae, very unusual for Troglu. He normally goes for the highest tier he can. He's even got a single small casa out here just for labour access for fishing. Yeah, if you showed me this map and asked me whose is it, I would not have said Troglu's. Nice functional loop for the patricians. Is that a full loop? Full loop here. Again, he's using the gardens for the walkway. So let's see whoever walks over this garden. There we go. See this guy?
Hail, citizen! This city, we quite like it, really, don't we, Leo?
Don't we just? So yeah, some walkers going through there. And back he comes. So yeah, a lot of walkers, they bounce off of the gardens because they've got no reason to walk through. But some of them do, like this guy is walking towards the Colosseum, so he walks through the gardens. He's ignoring Caesar's request as well. Very good. Okay, are there any more I want to look at and talk about? Because this is kind of a look and talk about maps run, isn't it? I haven't touched on any of Whisper Wind's maps here. He's got Eternal Cities. I haven't looked at Damascus. Damascus can have quite a big city. It's got loads of oasis farmland, but I don't think you can grow wheat here. No, you cannot. 5 things, but not wheat. But once again, real dense. Now, this right here I don't like. You're not allowed oracles. Yeah, no oracles in Damascus is quite horrible. Meaning you've got to spam small temples and it looks really bad. But if we block that out and the other culture buildings, still a real nice looking Damascus. Just 2 main blocks, isn't it? Big block, medium block. Are there any patricians at all? Yes, there are, right here. 1, 2, 3 grand villas. God, looks good. And if this is eternal, then yeah, look at that. Once again, that looks like average health. Average health. Quite a lot of children die. Children dying isn't actually such a bad thing, because once they die, they're replaced with another child. Which means all you've lost is, what, like a few years of incubation for a worker drone? Once they make it past 10, they're going to live. And once they're past 40, they start dying. People between 40 and 50 still work, so you don't necessarily want them to die, but it accelerates the dying of people. They're all dead by 70. Whereas with good health, they tend to last till 80. And you know, you don't want geriatrics, do you? Yeah, I'm happy with that in and out of context. Anyway, I think we've all looked at quite enough Caesar 3 for one day. No need to save this map, we'll get out of it. I have another custom map ready for next week. And I think it's Carthage. It's Carthage related again, but it's a much more different map. You know what, maybe I'll just present it without context. That's not what I want. Get me out of the building. Get me with a city construction kit. What is it called again? It's not called Carthago. Boy, did I put it on my my schedule? No, of course, I just wrote Caesar 3 in my schedule. How helpful. Hang on. It'll be in my downloads, then I can check it. All I'm seeing here is Time Splitters 2. It's called Pompeii, Africa. Pompeii in Africa. Yeah, there we go. Who can recognize this map? Well, the clue is in the name that I just said, isn't it? Pompeii in Africa and the Rebellion. So this map interests me because I think it's very, very easy. But I think I could be very, very wrong. So as you can tell, we've got the little end boot of Italy here. We've got Syracusae. Well, this is Syracusae, the whole island isn't. And then we've got Africa. And as ancient Romans were able to do, you know, we can just bridge over these places. And you look at that. I wonder if we could bridge over here as well. No, they're wise to my games, aren't they? The player of games has been defeated by making the Omega Bridge across here. Or is that true? Yeah, there we go. That's the kind of bridging that we'd expect. Yeah, exactly. The ratings scream trap, don't they? 20 culture, 20 prosperity? You could win that with large shacks. You don't even need fountains. And we do get wells. Peace 15. Favor 80. I wonder about this map. I do think it might be a trap. But look at this. You don't know where the invasions are. It could be anywhere along here. Could even be here. Here. Anywhere along here. Anywhere along here. anywhere along here. Which means it's probably all of those places, and could be here. It could also be here, but there's no reason to think that a Pompeii in Africa map would have invasions coming from Rome. You just have to assume that it's going to be safe. Yeah, how would you tackle this? I have some ideas about how to tackle it, but we're not going to do that now. We're going to do that next week. As for me for now, it may as well be dinner time. I'm going to go and make myself some dinner. I will enjoy my dinner. And although I said I'm done with Slay the Spire, I can't help but feel that I want to play some Slay the Spire. We'll see. I may or may not be back with more of that, but until I'm either back with that or back tomorrow with some, quickly checking schedule, Long Dark, so cheers and cheerio.